ja, c, c, c. So izgalvīgi. Sīsa, aha, ja, c, ja, aha, ja, ha, c, ja.
So my take is that this is the first day when the autumn is like knocking on my doors, and I'm walking here in this morning and it's quite windy and my hair is going like crazy. And I'm thinking, am I like Boris Johnson already or not yet? So we are prepared. Welcome to CyberChess 2023. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the 10th event of CyberChess. It's a jubilee. I want to hear a nice applause to perfect organizers who've been doing this for 3 years in a row. CERT.LV, NITS.LV, and Ministry of Defense of Latvia for having a wonderful conference that, look at it, it has been grown so much during these years. Okay? I will tell you later, of course, if somebody doesn't know, why is it actually a CyberChess? But first, let's welcome our organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome on the stage Mr. Andris Sprūds, Minister of Defense, Latvia. A warm welcome and a nice applause. Morning.
Thank you.
This is your stage.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the dear participants of the conference, colleagues and friends, good morning, and I can express my honor and pleasure to participate and welcome all of you at the International Cybersecurity Conference, CyberChess 2023. This is certainly an important and timely venue. The global trends and geopolitical challenges demonstrate clearly the increasing importance of cybersecurity at both national and international level. And I am glad that today, at the outset of European Cybersecurity Month, we witness that cybersecurity attracts an immense interest here in Latvia, but also internationally. The event is a collaborative effort, as always it is, with aim to strengthen the cybersecurity in Latvia, within the Euro-Atlantic community, and also to exchange best practices with our international partners. The Ministry of Defense is glad to cooperate with and support the Information Technology Security Incident Response Institution of the Republic of Latvia, in short, CERT.LV, in organizing this event. And I would like also to highlight the excellent work CERT.LV has been doing in securing the resilience of Latvian cyberspace. In the last 2 years, especially in the shadow of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, we have experienced unprecedented number of cyber incidents. But throughout this period, all crucial services have been secure and resilient. And this has been the result of relentless work by many, but most importantly by CERT.LV team. According to the CERT EU data, Latvia has been a target for 16% of all cyber operations conducted against the EU countries in 2022. And if you look at 3 Baltic countries together, the percentage increases to 32%. So 3 Baltic countries, almost 1/3 of all attacks against EU members. The increased malicious activity in our cyberspace did not come as a surprise. Therefore, we worked intensively with public and private sectors to raise awareness and preparedness. I want to highlight a few of many ongoing projects that contribute to resilience of Latvian cyberspace. The establishment of the National Cybersecurity Center and the new National Cybersecurity Law, which will further enhance national cybersecurity governance. The development of threat hunting capabilities tested in joint international operations. The enhancement of situational awareness through national initiatives, as well as enhanced regional cooperation opportunities provided through dedicated NATO and EU information sharing channels. I would also like to underline that the Ministry of Defense and CERT.LV continue to provide protection against cyber attacks, provide early warning sensors, DNS firewall, and other cybersecurity tools free of charge to the public sector and also to the IT critical infrastructure. We are certain that the activities of the adversaries and perpetrators will not go unnoticed. We need to continue the joint efforts within the framework of NATO and the EU to ensure that those who are conducting these cyber attacks will be punished for their actions. We highly value the initiatives introduced by our EU partners that contribute to enhance cybersecurity. Cyber threats have cross-border character. It is particularly important for countries to cooperate with each other in order to address those threats as quickly and as successfully as possible. But cybersecurity is not only a question for policy and legislation. Cybersecurity is a lifelong learning process for all experts and for all of us. Events like CyberChess provide a unique opportunity to learn, exchange best practices, network, and share a sense of community that hopefully will lead to a stronger and wider cyber community. So I am wishing you all a successful conference, productive discussions, many innovative ideas. This would contribute to enhancing cybersecurity capabilities, finding the most efficient ways to counter our adversaries, and building efficient cyber security cooperation networks. So let's have a successful, productive CyberChess. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So, on behalf of the conference, I would like to thank the Ministry of Defense, and may the force be with you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good, really. As for the organizers, obviously, where would we be without CERT.LV? And our next opening remarks and welcome words are done by Baiba Kashkina, General Manager of CERT.LV. Please, a warm applause.
Good morning. Strong headlights, but still I see so many of you here. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, dear friends, welcome to CyberChess 2023. And this is October again. It's a Cybersecurity Month again. And we are very happy that we can open it with our conference. On the top of that, this is the 10th time when we have conference. And we don't call it CyberChess for the 10th time, but we call it, we count it as a 10th conference, so it's a time also to look back at those years. And I remember that we started very small, as a small brother to our partner organization, ISACA Latvia, who encouraged and motivated us to join forces to their conference. And I'm extremely happy to see that we are working together with ISACA Latvia again this year for the 10th conference. So thank you very much for starting with us, ISACA. And I'm sure that there are many of you in the audience that have been, maybe to all conferences, maybe to most of them. So let me ask you a few questions. Are there anyone who remembers the venue in Latvian University, Riga 19? Riga 19. Well, very few hands, but yes, there are some people. One of the next venues was the Latvian National Library. Anyone who remembers conferences there and participated? Oh, many more hands, excellent. And there have been a couple of conferences there. And the third venue that maybe you remember is the Latvian Society House, Latviešu biedrības nams. Anyone? Yes, some hands. I was hoping more. Well, in any case, we traveled around, and venues are, of course, just one thing to remember. For conferences, there are many other memories and many partnerships forged. So it is really great to see that you are following us through the years and growing together with us. Since the last CyberChess conference last year, we have spent a very difficult and challenging year. We all have been working very hard to protect our assets, our values, and our freedoms. We have seen many politically motivated attacks against our country, against our constituencies. We have experienced sophisticated state-sponsored assaults, and we all have been hammered down with financially motivated campaigns, where cyber criminals are after our data, our money. I'm sure many of us or all of us have seen those. But the good news is that we are holding really well. As Mr. Minister already said, most of our attacks go unnoticed. There have been DDoSes, a lot of them, and I would say 99% of them are unnoticed by those who use the services. Most of potential fraud campaigns target many victims, but again, 99% do not fall for them. And most state-sponsored attacks are battled off by our multiple defense lines. Of course, our common goal is to become even more difficult target for the attackers. To secure our systems better, to educate our users more, and to defend our country without compromises. I think this event is when we celebrate our profession and our choice. We all have chosen to be defenders of the cyber realm. We work to secure our organizations, our companies, state sectors, and at the end, the whole country. I really want to thank each and every one of you for choosing this difficult path and following it in spite of all the challenges and temptations. It takes some dedication and courage, because this is not the easy path. We have to work hard, we have to learn every day, we have to be up to stand against all the challenges that we face. So let's celebrate today and tomorrow our choice and path by learning more, by talking to each other, by exchanging ideas, and simply by being proud of what we do. Dear colleagues, enjoy this conference and see you around. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for the great work CERT.LV is doing. By the way, many of you, and I hope many of you, have .lv domain name on your business cards. Who has it? Raise your hands. Who has .lv on the business card? Great. So many of you. So it came to me as a surprise that .lv is celebrating another jubilee. 30 years this year. .lv domain is 30 years old this year. Yes, time flies, right? Let's welcome Katrīna Sataki, head of CERT.LV, Latvia domain manager. Katrīna, a warm welcome from you. I have .lv.
Thank you, and good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues. I'm so happy to see so many of you here today on site. And that reminds me of those old good days when most of us didn't know that attending conferences remotely was an option. But I know that many of you are connecting remotely from the comfort of your own home, perhaps unloading a dishwasher, which might be connected to the internet. So use the opportunity to check if there are any updates for the software. Or from your office, working on a spreadsheet. I also know that some will watch recordings, and while I suspect that you might skip the intro part, I still would like to welcome you here. And I wish that we all were in this room to experience the energy and the positive vibes, but I hope that internet has matured enough to deliver those vibes to those who connect with us today remotely. Yes, 30 years ago, first domain names, like tiny seeds in a fertile land, they were planted and started populating the virtual land of .lv. the .LV has grown ever since, and we continue growing and maturing, and we become more and more secure and safe. And that's perhaps why it's a natural thing that this year, it's the third Baltic Domain Days conference, third conference, and this year we are a part of the bigger CyberChess conference because we do deal with similar issues and we have to solve same problems. And we can do it more efficiently when we do it together. Yes, 30 years ago, yeah, and time does fly indeed. We're not getting any younger, but I still believe that we are ready for next steps, for more productive collaboration, for more efficient work. And yes, we have a lot of issues that we need to solve, that we need to address. I know that you're looking forward to the main event, therefore I will be brief. I would like to use this opportunity to thank all our speakers, moderators, panelists, presenters for their willingness to share their knowledge with us. I would like to thank our sponsors for generously helping us to pull this conference together and make it possible. I would like to thank each and everyone for being here. I would like to thank the great dedicated teams of CERT.LV and NIC.LV who tirelessly worked to make this conference an unforgettable event, and I hope it will be. Therefore, at the end, let me wish you a very successful conference. Use the opportunity to meet face-to-face because, as we know, we should not take it for granted. Use this opportunity and enjoy the conference. Have a great CyberChess 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. Well, let's see what are we about to do today and tomorrow. The CyberChess. The CyberChess. Why the chess? The chess is a game you all know. The chess is a game where you have white figurines and black figurines and white advance first. And as in chess, the chess is a game of patience. The chess is a game of strategy. Your opponent will make mistakes eventually. You will make mistakes eventually. It's a never-ending story of good and bad, good and evil, fighting each other, moving these figurines. And one of the key issues or key components in this game is, as you move your figurines, you protect them. You make the layout where one figurine protects another figurine, so you build your defense as you go, as you advance in this game. It's the same thing with cybersecurity. It's all about strategy, patience, defense. Your opponents will advance. They will take some of your figurines. They will make mistakes. You will advance. So let's talk about strategies in this hall. Let's talk about domains in another hall. You will split after the break. And there will be another session about technical issues. I will tell you more about that. But first, obviously, we need to be thankful for the organizers and for the partners. Here are the partners. Here are the organizers, and I would like to thank for the support for these organizations that made this conference possible. Where would we be without our sponsors? And this year, the conference is really big. On site, in total, we have over 600 registered participants. And online, we have over 900 participants from 34 countries. I do not know how to say good morning in 18 languages, 4, maybe 5. In parallel, we have also the Capture the Flag competition. organized together with the Hack the Box. And tomorrow, it ends at 4 p.m. and you will also know the results. There are teams competing as we speak to hack the box. It's very fun. It's always these workshops are really what makes our knowledge curve just leap immediately. You have the Wi-Fi if you need one here. You can switch your badge here. You see the Wi-Fi username and the password. This horse is actually the QR code. It's a little dark here, but you can use this horse to go to the website of CyberChess.LV, and on that site you have the full agenda for this hall and other 2 halls. You will see what kind of sessions you have, what kind of speakers you have, and you can decide when and where to be in which hall to get most of this conference. And also about questions. We have menti.com website where you can type this number, 46229931. And then you will access the small website window where you can ask windows. I welcome you to open this page right now. Later on, if you have questions, you might not see this number, but you will be able to just open that page in your browser, it's already open, and ask the question right away. You will also have the opportunity to ask questions just by raising your hand, and the hand microphone will be taken to you. You will be able to ask questions. There will be sessions where we will not be able to ask questions online, especially panels, where only the live questions can be asked to the participants because they will not see the questions in the menti.com. We have the recordings of these sessions, and it's recorded live. You can go to cyberchess.lv, and there are YouTube links you can share, and you can share them using these hashtags. So we welcome you to use social networks and share the experiences you've gained today. Those who registered and attended will receive a certificate next week that says that you have attended this conference. So thank you for this. And with that, I want to introduce our next speaker, Mr. David Huberman, Regional Technical Engagement Manager for ICANN's Office of the CTO. And David has actually been within internet engineering industry since 1999. And I see he has worked for Microsoft, Global Crossing, Oracle, Telocity. And the fact is that the Retail recently ranked him as the 2nd global influencer of CIOs. His topic today will be about DNS security and the root DNSSEC KS key ceremony. Well, it's a fun topic to start with. Let's welcome David Huberman. Please, a nice applause. Great, come up here. So this is the remote. Your slides will be here. Please, the stage is yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So when I was a young man, my training was actually in broadcast engineering. I worked in radio and television. And my first job when I was done with university was producing a television show. And this made my mother very happy, because when her friends would ask her, "Oh, how is young David doing?" she could brag to them that he worked on a television show that they all knew. But in 1999, I switched gears, and I went to go work at ARIN, the IP address registry in North America, like the RIPE NCC here in Europe. And in that job, I was managing IPv4 addresses, IPv6 addresses, autonomous system numbers. And back in 1999, ARIN was actually responsible for administering in-adder.arpa, reverse DNS zones for IPv4, IP6.arpa, IP6.int. Okay, any one of those words, my mother didn't understand any of them. And she didn't understand them because she was born in 1945. And in 1945, the most advanced technology in her house was a radio. And over time, it became a television. And over time, it became a color television. And that was pretty cool. For a couple of decades in my mother's house, the color television was the most technologically advanced thing they owned. If you fast forward to modern times, my mother, who's now 80 or 79, walks around with an iPhone from Apple. My mother walks around with a supercomputer in her pocket. Now, my mother's fairly inquisitive. She likes to know how things work. And so from time to time, to try and understand what I do and to try and understand the world around her, she says, David, I don't understand. How does this work? I mean, I sort of get how the telephone works, but how is it that we're able to get on Zoom and I'm able to see my granddaughter and talk in real time, and it doesn't matter where in the world you are? Well, I've tried various explanations to help my mom understand how the internet works. And there are a bunch of different answers, but the answer that I always keep coming back to that I find amazing is the internet works because we're all speaking the same language. As engineers, we've adopted the same set of technical standards to ensure interoperability. And that, my friends, is a miracle. When we travel, we need to charge our devices, right? Well, when we travel, we have to bring different adapters because we've not standardized throughout the world what the shape and voltage of power adapters are. We've standardized, but we've standardized many, many times. Some of us drive our vehicles on the right-hand side of the road. Some of us drive our vehicles on the left side of the road. Why? I don't know, but we can't even standardize that. Money. Look, the system of barter has been around for eons, but over the last 50 to 100 years, currency is currency. There's only one purpose to money. You have something that you produce, I have something, I want to buy it, so I give you money. We have different currencies all throughout the world because we couldn't standardize it. And you can keep iterating through this. You can keep giving different examples, but not on the internet. Because on the internet, for the last 50, 60 years that this thing's been around, we're all using the same standards. What's kind of interesting about that is there's no rules that say we have to. If you start an ISP, you get to decide what standards you want to develop. You get to decide, well, I want to speak BGP, okay? I want DNS. I want things like email. You get to decide those. Nobody tells you you have to do it. There was an old engineering ethos for a very long time when we were building this internet. It said, my network, my rules. Nobody gets to tell me what traffic I have to accept and what traffic I can just say, no, no thank you, I'm not going to accept that. But because we want to be able to interoperate, because we want our users to be able to access the sites they want to use, because we want to access the sites we want, we choose to use the same standards. And there are two standards that we've developed that this whole internet, if you think of it as a house of cards that you build, and if you blow a little, it can fall. The internet is a house of cards built on two standards, BGP and DNS. Now, I find this interesting. First off, they're really old, okay? BGP's from the 1980s, but the BGP that we're using today, version 4, the protocol specification was published in 1995. The primary author was a gentleman named Yakov Rector with IBM. And what Yakov solved were some of the early problems of BGP that had to do with scaling. BGP didn't scale very well. Well, in 1995, he was able to solve that issue, communities, large communities, route reflectors. He was able to add some feature sets into BGP that allow it to scale. Well, it's almost 30 years later, and it's a simple question. Did BGP converge in your network? Yes? Okay, it scales. It still works. The other thing that we rely on more than anything else is the DNS. And that's kind of stupid, because the DNS is an application. Okay? The DNS wasn't supposed to be the absolute building block of the internet. It was just an application. It was a way for us to move beyond hosts.txt, and it was a way for one professor at one university to email another professor at another university about their research or about getting drinks. But we use DNS in everything. In 1983, in November of 1983, when Paul Makapetris published RFC 882, which is 40 years ago next month, I feel like it was an accident. I'm not sure. I'd really like to ask him one day, but he solved the most difficult problem in computer science, which again is scaling. The DNS is huge, right? I don't know how many I don't know how many domain names there are these days, but it's what, 500 million or something like that? It doesn't matter how many there are because nobody has to carry 500 million domain names. Whether it's 500 million or 500 billion, the whole thing's distributed, and you only have to care about the parts that you're authoritative for. The thing is, BGP and DNS are 30 and 40 years old. And when they were built, they weren't built with any security in mind whatsoever. The purpose was to make things work. The purpose was to interoperate. Could I route from point A to point B? Sweet, it works. BGP converged. Can I send you an email at your domain name without having to know all the hosts, the computer name and all the hosts in between me and you? Yeah, okay, great. DNS worked. But that's not true anymore. It's 2023. And the internet is involved in everything in our lives. And so security is extremely important. But we're still running these protocols at the base of the internet that are 30 and 40 years old and have no security in mind when they were designed. And that's a bit of a challenge. In BGP, we're addressing that, right? RPKI, we're trying to give assurances that routes that you're accepting actually come from the people who own those routes. We're trying to do path validation for the big ISPs and the big networks, BGP-SEC. For everybody else, there's this new technology called ASPA. We're putting security in places that it hasn't been before. We're also putting confidentiality. We're putting user privacy in places it hasn't been, right? We don't use Telnet anymore. We use SSH. We don't use FTP. We use SFTP, or better things than that. We don't use HTTP for a whole lot anymore. We use HTTPS. We're doing the same thing in the DNS, right? We can do DNS. We don't have to use UDP anymore. We do DNS over TLS. We use DNS over QUIC. The folks at Apple are trying to make the whole thing oblivious. We've added security onto DNS through this idea of DNSSEC. And the idea here is that we want to close down attack avenues by giving you assurances that when you ask for a domain's data, that the data you receive back is the same data that the domain owner intended. In DNSSEC, it relies on a chain of trust. As you go hierarchically through the DNS, you want to ensure that the keys that were used to sign the certificates that are presenting, hey, this is really me, actually authenticate. And all at the top of this entire hierarchy is the root zone. And in 2010, we were able to sign the root zone with DNSSEC keys. But the thing is, not only do you have to trust the keys, but you have to trust that the keys are kept secure. Because if the wrong people have access to those keys, then that chain of trust is broken. And so I want to talk just a little bit today about how the organization I work for, ICANN, is able to secure the keys that sign the root zone. We keep the keys, of course, the cryptographic keys, right? We keep them in an HSM, a hardware security module. Okay, lots of people use HSMs. Banks use HSMs. Lots of folks use HSMs. Our HSM is actually pretty small. It's a very small box. It's not even a 1U. It's about this big. It's tamper-proof. What do I mean by that? If you drop it, if you put it in a vehicle, if you take it where it's not supposed to be, it will fault. And when it faults, it erases its contents. It self-destructs. In order to access the key that is on this HSM, we have programmed 7 smart cards. 7 smart cards. In order to access the key 3 of the smart cards need to be inserted into the machine. And what we did is we have entrusted 7 people around the world to be the owner of these cards. So in order to access the keys, so we want to do new signings. We want to use the key signing key to sign the zones fresh. We need 3 of those people in the same room to insert their smart cards into the HSM in order to access the key signing key. We know these people as trusted community representatives. These are people around the world who have proven themselves to be known, to be trusted, to get through background checks, and to have given us a commitment that they're willing to come a couple times a year to facilities to do these signing ceremonies. They're called key signing ceremonies. When you're a trusted community representative, what you're actually issued is a safety deposit box key, okay? And what we do is we take the HSM and we store it inside a safe. It's a very large safe. It's a very heavy safe. And there's only 2 people in the entire world who know the combination to this safe. I'm going to show you pictures in a few minutes. In a different safe, sitting next to it, are a bunch of safety deposit boxes, just like you get in a bank, okay? And the trusted community representative holds the physical key that can help open the safety deposit box. They own 1 key. ICANN owns the other key. And when you put, just like in a regular safety deposit box, you have to put both keys in, turn it at the same time, and then you can open it. The safety deposit boxes themselves are kept inside a second safe. And that second safe has a different combination than the first safe, and there are only 2 people in the world who know the combination, and it's 2 different people, okay? In between ceremonies, we keep the HSM in 1 safe, and we keep the smart cards inside the safety deposit boxes inside the other safe. Okay, that seems pretty secure, right? Well, these safes are inside of a cage. It's a steel cage. And the only way you can get in the cage is if 2 other people badge in. They use a badge, they use a long combination on the keypad, and they use an iris scan. So the only way to get to the smart cards to access the key signing key is to have 2 people open up a room, have 2 other people open up 1 safe, have 2 other people open up the other safe. Then you need the physical keys to open the safety deposit boxes that have the smart cards. Okay, we have a few levels of abstraction here of security. But that's not enough. This cage is located in a locked room. The locked room has an inner door and an outer door. To get into the inner door, once again, you need 2 people who have the correct eyes for the iris scan, the correct key cards, and the correct numbers sequence on the keypad. To get to the inner door, you have to get through the outer door. To get through the outer door, you just need a key. Okay, doesn't seem very safe, except the outer door is located inside of a data center. The data center is located, I promise you, in the middle of nowhere. When you land on a plane at Washington Dulles Airport in suburban Washington, D.C., you get in a car. You're not going to bicycle there. You get in a car and you drive about 2 hours to the middle of nowhere. Then you drive an hour past that and you find a data center that's not on a map. And when you get to the data center, the first thing you see are men and women with really large guns. Because this is America, my friends, and we have a lot of guns. I actually don't like guns, that's just me. And so it's always unnerving for me when I walk into these data centers and you get to the entrance and it's all these men and women who are professional guards who are carrying around these guns, and on the wall is another rack with automatic guns, and it's a lot of guns. To get into the room that I showed you earlier, you have to get through a secure data center. Again, it's not on a map. And there's actually 2 of these. They're both in the United States for legal purposes. One of them is on the East Coast in Culpeper, Virginia. The other one is security by obscurity. It's in a place called El Segundo, California. If you've been there, you know this is Los Angeles. It's Los Angeles. It's a major world city. Many of you have been there. But here's the thing. It's an unmarked building in the middle of an industrial neighborhood by the airport in Los Angeles. Good luck finding the building. So security through obscurity. 4 times a year we get together for ceremonies where we need to use the keys, to sign the keys for the root zone. In order to have a ceremony, we need enough people there. We need the people who know the combinations to the safe. We need the people who have access to the room. And of course, we need the trusted community representatives. It's not enough just for me to stand up here and say, we have all these processes that are kind of over-engineered, but whatever. We have these engineered processes to keep things safe. We also broadcast all of these ceremonies live as they're happening, and anyone can watch them on YouTube. And I assure you, when you're sitting at your home tonight or when you're sitting in your hotel tonight, if you're having trouble sleeping, just bring up one of these key ceremonies because it makes watching paint dry exciting. We broadcast these ceremonies to ensure that there is trust in the process that we're doing. And what do I mean by that? The whole thing is heavily orchestrated. Anything you do during a key ceremony is in a script. David stands up. David walks over to a safe. David takes the safe out. I mean, you can literally read this. The ceremony administrator asks the root zone maintainer representative to identify themselves in front of the room, and it just keeps going. It's 50, 100, 150 pages. Every action is scripted, and the script is available online for you to follow along. And from time to time, cryptographic experts and DNS experts who are watching these ceremonies are able to say, hey, you guys did this at step 47, but I've got a better idea. And they can share this idea, and we can improve the ceremonies to make them safer and more secure. The process is streamed, it's recorded, external witnesses are watching every step, and then all of the materials are posted online to review afterwards. It's not just enough to operate internet infrastructure anymore. We have to do it safely. We have to do it securely. And I wanted to give you just a little bit of insight on how the keys to the root zone of the DNS are kept secure. Thank you.
David, please. Yeah, don't leave yet. Nope. Yeah, please come up. So, yeah, the first thing that struck me, I mean, this is crazy. I'm visioning those, you know, Ocean 7, Ocean 11 movies and Bond movies, just trying to break that. Now, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you. The people from the audience has asked that. Sure. So one of the first ones is, so what happens if some of the keys are damaged or lost? So there are 7 of them.
Yes.
So what happens if you damage one? Does the system continue to work?
Yeah, so there are 7 smart cards, and we hope that all of them don't get damaged. When one is damaged, we can simply unenroll it, enroll a new one. We try and, I was once asked, why is it 3 of 7? Why did we choose 3? There's some sort of calculus that says that is the balance between security and practicality, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't just bring 3 TCRs to a ceremony. If one of them's damaged, we can't do it. We bring 4, we bring 5, we bring 6, we bring 7. And we try and recover from these types of errors because after all, it's just a 50-cent smart card, right?
Good. So there's another one. What are the measures to prevent the root key loss if HSM is damaged? So that makes the whole point. If somebody takes it to the vehicle, it's got damaged, it erases anything, the whole thing just loses the purpose.
Yeah, we sign the zone in advance. The signature is good for about 18 months. But we have more than one HSM. We actually have a lot of HSMs. And we have backup keys to go along with the current operational key.
Yeah. Okay. There's sort of a not nice question. What happens if somebody dies, you know, falls
asleep? Oh, no, that's an important question.
Okay.
Dan Kaminsky, many of you know him. Dan Kaminsky was one of the key holders. It was actually one of the, we have, in addition to 7 key holders in each facility, we also have backup keys. We have backup keys in case the keys are lost or damaged as well. Dan Kaminsky was one of the shareholders of the backup keys. And Dan died very unexpectedly in his mid-40s. We had this whole engineered process where everything is accounted for. We did not account for what happens when he dies, because he lived in America at the time, and his keys were the property of his estate. And guess what ICANN couldn't do? Get his keys. We couldn't go and say to his survivors, hey, can we have this key, please? Because he didn't tell anybody. So what we've learned is that when you are a trusted community representative, when you're holding one of these keys, we've asked you to now please tell somebody. Tell somebody, your spouse, your lawyer, somebody you trust. Tell them you do this. A little primer on what it is, why you do this, and where you keep your key. Mm-hmm. If you hold one of the safety deposit box key and you die and we can't get it, okay, it's not a huge deal because all we do is we literally drill it. We'll get out a locksmith, we'll drill the thing open, and we'll replace it. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort.
But isn't the whole point that you need, you know, 3 of them to actually functionate? So if there are 7 and 1 is just missing, so that doesn't seem to be a problem.
It's not a problem, except we'd like to keep 7. We'd like to keep the robustness of the ceremony. Mm-hmm. So just the general thing is we're all going to die at some point. When you die, try and make it easy for the keys to be returned.
Yeah, yeah. And these big backup keys, are they secured in the same way?
Yeah, the backup keys are also kept well secure in those safes.
Okay. So what puzzled me as well is that, yes, you are filming everything. You are recording every step. You are basically making the whole process so public that if somebody really has any intention of breaking that, they have the whole menu.
They do, except you can't see the keys. Funny thing, when you're opening up safety deposit boxes, it's a physical key, right? Physical keys have teeth. You can see the shape of the teeth. So if we show the key to the camera, that allows someone to say, oh, I can capture a video still, I can recreate the key. We did that by accident. And that was a learning experience where we had to, the transparency, which is a feature, is also something we have to be careful of, because we were talking about a physical key with physical teeth. So now when I open up, I'm one of the ceremony administrators and I have one of the keys. When I put my key in, I try and hide it from the camera so you can't see what I'm doing.
Yeah, so HD cameras are kind of no-no in this situation. Yeah, I got it. So does anybody has in the audience, you know, a physical question? Do you want to raise a hand and you will be given a microphone, or you can use the Menti, the code you already had. So before I dismiss you, can you, in 1 minute give maybe an idea to us, a future for that? So what else can be done using methods like that? What kind of future, more secure, or in what ways does it actually open for us? Because one thing is, yeah, it's a nice ceremony. Other thing is when I'm configuring my domain, and so on, I don't want it to be too complicated.
No, you don't want it to be too complicated, but you know what you do want complicated? When your bank is using HSMs. See, it's pretty crazy because we know how it works and we know we shouldn't be doing this, but we actually trust, many of us trust our banks to do electronic banking with us, right? I pick up my phone, I can use Face ID or I can use a passcode, and that gets me right into my bank account. And I'm trusting somehow that that's going to be secure over the internet. I actually don't trust that. I don't trust that at all. But what I do trust is my bank has good processes to give me my money back if you steal it. There are, because it's 2023, because we're doing more and more with internet, because so much, everything we care about, for the most part, is becoming online, this idea of key security, the idea of robust procedures and transparent procedures to make sure that HSMs and other ways that we store keys are kept safe become even more important for us to be able to live our lives, whether we are operating in the military and we have nuclear weapons that are available online, or whether we're just doing banks or our children's schools, right? It's all about keeping the keys to everything that we do safe and secure.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give a nice applause. A wonderful presentation. 1 second. So, yeah, on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to thank you so much for that. That is something very special. It's heavy. The airport security might screen you, some extra steps, but it's worth it. Okay. Amazing things happen, don't you think? I mean, Welcome to CyberChess strategic and political sessions here in this Omega Hall. As I mentioned before, now we have split into 3 halls. So in case you need to move to another session or you have some presentation that you want to see that is on another hall, please free to move. Just use that door if you need to exit or enter, and it's not a problem. You're free to move in between halls. Good. Let's continue. And without further ado, let me welcome Dion Hitchcliffe, Vice President and Principal Analyst for Constellation Research from the United States of America. Dion is a global influencer of CIOs, and he will have a keynote. Often, have we reached early maturity in cybersecurity or something new happens? Good. Dion, please come up on the stage. A nice welcome. Come on, you can do better. Good.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So first of all, I appreciate the invitation to come and speak. Like Mr. Huberman earlier, I'm based out of Washington, D.C. I work primarily with chief information officers and chief information security officers around the world, trying to get those 2 tracks to work together to build a future. And as part of my research, I'm a researcher. I'm a principal analyst at Constellation Research. We're based out of Silicon Valley, ranked top 5 in terms of analyst firms and the industry. And I'm also an executive fellow at the Tuck School of Business for their Center for Digital Strategies. And that's where I work with chief information officers who have hundreds of millions and in many cases billions of dollars in IT that they're supposed to be using to build our future. Along the way, they have to keep it all safe. And so I work at a very high level with what's the strategy going to be over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. What are the big moving blocks? What are the points of investment? And I've seen a pattern emerging that I saw happen 15 years ago with enterprise architecture, which I'm an enterprise architect by background. My job is to find patterns, big important ones, that say, if we understand this pattern, it will unlock value or it will protect us. And now I see the same pattern happening with cybersecurity. So I have a lot of information here. Some of it is just to inform you, but all of it is also to make my case. Are we reaching an important place in cybersecurity where we have a mature practice that if we just did everything that we know today, our organizations, our institutions, our countries would be safe? Or are we about to enter a brand new cycle? Things like generative AI, quantum computing, which could make a lot of our security protections worthless. Insider threats, which we don't seem to know how to stop at all. Are we going to enter a new cycle with these as they get bigger? I'm going to try and answer the question for you. And it turns out that we might even have a choice. So I regularly survey our CIO network. We have 1,300 CIOs. They're all leading CIOs, Fortune 500, Global 2000, Europe, Asia, United States, a little bit of South America. And I asked them, what are your top budget priorities? Pick one. What's your top budget priority? And this is the answer here. And you see that the top one is digital transformation. 77% say that's their top priority, where they're spending their money on IT, the most important place they're spending it, because that's the future. To say, I need to transform my organization with the digital art of the possible, move into the future. A close second, in fact, statistically the same. This margin of error is about 3.5%. So they're the same. My most important investment is cybersecurity, is keeping us safe. One is about going faster into the future, and one is about locking everything down and making it safe. How can we do both? Can you do both? And that's one of the other challenges we're facing. We're all being asked to go fast into the future and go faster, but cybersecurity is not about doing things innovative as quickly as possible. In fact, that's a threat, to do things with haste in a cyber secure world. So this is part of the patterns that I want to unlock for you to say, are we reaching a new place? So these are the key trends I believe are identifying whether we're reaching a new state of maturity or not, whether we're entering a new cycle or not. Let's see if my case holds. So most of us know the top cyber trends, right? Greatly expanding attack surfaces because of IoT. Identity as a key to defense. Everyone's going to get, hardened digital IDs. Vendor consolidation. So it's kind of a reverse scale. Everything's being sucked up and aggregated into cybersecurity suites. We'll talk about that. Cybersecurity mesh. We have to make all of our defenses work together in concert. If you've ever been in IT, you know integration is the hardest thing. Distributed decisions. Be able to put the hands of what to do about a cyber attack to the people closest and most able to defend it. And what's next beyond awareness? We'll talk about that. But one of the real issues we face at the top level is that as new practices, new tools, new techniques, and new threats and attacks emerge, our budgets are skyrocketing. Now, this is data from the United States, but it holds everywhere. It's a global data set. We're seeing double, and in a few cases, triple-digit year-over-year increases in cybersecurity budgets. How long can you keep that up? Well, you can't. And that's one of my arguments, is what we're doing today is not sustainable. We need to either end this cycle and find a new way of working that addresses the upcoming threats, or we need to figure out some way to make this far more efficient. Now, of course, the big topic today is generative AI. I think many people are hoping that generative AI in cyber defense is going to cause this budget to drop. I don't see any evidence of that, but the reasoning seems sound. But something has to happen. Something will break. We can't keep doing this. We need a new strategy. And that's, what I'm trying to make a case for here. But the stakes keep growing. The largest data breaches in history, this slide I have to update all the time. So, because the CIO is trying to do the digital transformation and the Chief Information Security Officer is trying to do the protection. And one's trying to move fast and one's trying to say, let's lock everything down. In the meantime, more and more damage is occurring all the time. And in fact, the attackers are getting better than the defenders. We heard earlier today about, the ecosystems where you can actually go, there's service bureaus for cyber attacks where you can pay somebody on the dark web to attack anything or get any piece of information. So the stakes keep growing and makes the budgets grow and makes the prioritization. Cybersecurity shouldn't be a #1 budget priority. It's just because it has to be. That's the only reason. So that's a very serious challenge. And along the way, all this security makes all this technology very hard to use. It's one of the top hindrances. So I do a lot of advice on employee experience, because employee experience is becoming mostly digitized. What we do for our work is mostly in a digital realm, a digital world. And one of the top feedback we get in survey after survey is that these IT measures, these security measures, are too strong. They're too hard to use. Multi-factor authentication, constantly changing passwords that have to be this long, right? Those are very significant challenges. And the new regimes that we're going to bring down, like zero trust, which I'm a big believer in zero trust, are only going to make this more severe. We'll never be able to talk to anybody pretty soon because talking to people isn't safe in a digital world. We also have to layer on privacy laws. I have a list of the ones that I can track. There's more than this, though. Right? Many smaller countries also have them, and most digital activities have a global presence, and that's their advantage, is that you can reach the whole world. But soon, maybe you can't. Privacy laws, zero trust, which I just mentioned, are going to suck a lot of the value out of all this IT and all this digital that we have. That's a really significant challenge. And the rise of mesh architectures, where we're going to bring all these things together, all these technologies into a consolidated regime, is actually a good idea. And it's easier now to integrate things than ever before. Integration platform as a service and many other technologies are amazing. But in general, that puts a lot of work on cybersecurity professionals who are spending most of their time fighting attacks, not building architectures. There's no time or budget to build the quality architectures. Yet we need, if you don't integrate your cybersecurity tools, you have gaps in your cyber defense. And we can't have gaps. And we need to get to a place where we have zero gaps, and we can keep zero gaps in our system. No matter how fast it goes, no gaps emerge. That's the dream state, but it's required. If you have any gaps, the attackers will find it. Now, this is a good trend. We see it mostly. Most CIOs are very leery about having too few vendors because then they have no influence over them. There's only giant vendors that you can't control and move very slowly. But in general, we have far too many cybersecurity tools. I'm sure all of you that have looked at the available solutions are shocked to discover there are thousands of them. Thousands, and they don't work together. So some consolidation is good. Not down to 3 major suites, but consolidation is a broad trend, and we see it's happening at double-digit pace. That's good. That's going to help, although it creates consistency of solutions. If there's a flaw in one, you know, we're very familiar with some of the incidents, the major ones in recent years, where the cybersecurity vendor was the threat vector. There's actually security and obscurity. Having too many vendors, or a lot of vendors, is difficult in one ways, but it's also a little bit safe. So this is something we'll have to balance in any future strategy. Pretty soon, most companies, and many are now today already, be rated on their risk that they're taking on. They're not spending enough on cybersecurity. They've had known breaches. They've failed their audits, whatever. By 2025, 2/3 of all organizations will have risk ratings in their contracts. You won't be able to do business unless your company is reaching a certain threshold of quality. That's going to drive up budgets again. That's going to drive up a lot of attention. And I think it's important in transparency. But this just means that we're going to ride the curve we're already on, the unsustainable curve. We can't keep riding that curve. We need to change something. Risk ratings are going to make that worse. Ransomware regulation, you know, putting all your company's data in a blockchain. That's already possible, and I actually work with some clients who are doing that. That's remarkable. So you can't steal information that's permanently encrypted and stored in a place that can never be compromised. That's great. But it may become, something like that may become law soon. And so we're seeing that 30% of countries will have ransomware regulations. What does this do? Same thing. It pushes us into an unsustainable place if we keep doing what we're doing today. There's too many tools, too many types of attacks, too many solutions to address them, and then privacy laws, regulation on top of that. And then we have DevOps, which is, we moved from Agile. I used to be an Agile coach in Washington, D.C. on some very big projects. We didn't even know if Agile could work on a big project, but you can do it. It's not as fast as smaller projects. And now we have expanded that envelope to DevOps. So it's beyond just the development. It's that collaborative envelope, that high-speed, fast feedback loop envelope is expanded to Ops. And then we discovered that doing things not in a security-first way is bad. And DevOps does not have a security focus. Maybe some teams put a security step, a security validation, or security review step in DevOps. And most organizations are looking at adopting DevOps. And now to address this, we've put this high-friction process in the middle, the security step. So we now have DevSecOps, which is considered best practice. Although when I look at the organizations, our CIOs, that are doing DevSecOps, the sec part, the security part, is too much friction. It takes almost all the speed out of DevOps, because now you're putting security reviews and security first in the middle of your high-speed innovation process. So this is something we have to sort out. I see very few people talking about it, and then people saying, well, DevOps doesn't work. And increasingly, it's because we put this high-friction security process. It tells us what we're doing is not sustainable. We have to think about security in a different way. And I'm going to try and propose that before we get done here. Cloud native. We finally have a future architecture model that is probably going to be the future for the next 5 or 10 years. And it will evolve even beyond that. So cloud native, if you're not familiar with it, is, you know, microservices, containers, all the pure architecture that came out of the hyperscale growth phenomenon over the last 10 years. We've learned how to build galactic scale applications that can host 1 billion people at once. Well, those patterns were then described as cloud native, saying these are the architectures that will let you build the systems of the future. Here are the patterns and principles. And 30% of organizations say that, well, they're at least somewhat cloud native today. They have some containers, or some, right? Maybe some microservices, but nobody is 100%. And eventually we'll have a higher level of coverage. Guess what isn't included in any kind of standardized way? Cybersecurity. We don't have a sustainable pattern for cybersecurity in the cloud native future, which is where everyone, if you talk to cloud developers, which is the majority of all new development, same problem. They have a lot of things that were grafted on. I thought Huberman made an incredibly important point about internet standards. They were built for a different time, where we didn't have bad actors like we do today. We didn't have criminal ecosystems who are sharing knowledge and building large attack toolkits to go after these technologies which were never designed to be highly secure. They were never intended to be, and it was never built that way. Cloud native, guess what? We did the same thing all over again. There is security models inside cloud native. They are not what we need for the future. So that's another, oops, so we have DevSecOps isn't built for this, what we want to do, fast innovation. Cloud native, which we thought was the future of architecture, of cloud architecture, same problem, does not have the degree of cybersecurity or anything close to close the gaps I just mentioned. Next hot topic is operational resilience. We learned a lot about this with COVID and having to change things very rapidly, and also protecting all those, our attack surface area multiplied by 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Everybody's home became part of our businesses. So we needed much better operational resilience and operational diversity too. Protecting 1,000 different places that are all individually different in terms of their physical location and often their configuration is a huge challenge. We see a lot of investment though. That's a big item now, a growing item in not just the cybersecurity budget, but disaster recovery and business continuity for the whole business is in this. This is good. This is one of the better happy trends I can report to you. I'm bringing a lot of unfortunate news, but this is one of the good places where we're seeing strength. But it has to work with all of the privacy laws and all the digital regulations that we're talking about. And we see the bad actors are fighting back, and a lot of them are state funded. Let's be clear, they're too well organized. Even when they're brought down, another one just like it pops back up. Some of our CIOs have horror stories to report that they will never report in public. Lives lost due to things like ransomware and attacks, revenge attacks in some cases, that we have to deal with. What we're doing with cybersecurity and how slow most organizations are able to move, even with massive budgets, is letting the bad actors fight back. Now, the good news is the Security Operations Center is now the best it's ever been. We have I'd argue that it's excessively sophisticated. And one of the points I'm going to make here before we're done is that complexity is the enemy. And cybersecurity is becoming too complicated. And the Security Operations Center, I would say, is too specialized. Almost everything we're doing is maybe too specialized to be able to get the coverage that we need. We need some way of increasing the coverage, closing the gaps, and moving quicker, not putting friction into innovation, which is going to kill our companies. We may protect our companies to death with these excessively sophisticated approaches that may be at the wrong level of abstraction. So we'll revisit that in just a second. So along all of this, especially if you're in public sector, is zero trust, which is now in Washington, D.C., it's mandated. They keep moving the date, but it's an approach to say we're not going to trust anything. Before, you could talk to everyone by default. In this new world, you can only talk to the people that you identify up front, and everyone else cannot speak to you. And it worked, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that works. That works. It kills a lot of the value of the network where we can reach out to all these people we never knew we needed to be engaging with, but that also invites attackers. Now we know that's leaving the door open. The way the internet was designed is to leave the door open so anyone can come and talk to you. And that's where, if you have bad actors, that lets the bad guys in. Zero Trust says no. Not only do we we shut the door, but when we let something in, we go, thank you, and we shut the door immediately. And every time they knock again, we don't assume it's the same person. We look through the door and see, are you the same person? Hold your credentials up to the peephole, and then I'll take that next packet. That's the future. It has lots of performance implications. And guess what? None of our standards and none of our network stacks are designed for zero trust, even though it is probably the most effective regime we have right now. Everyone has to go zero trust. And in the public sector in the United States, it's mandatory. It's well defined what you have to do. Guess what? You actually can't buy everything you need it to do. There doesn't even exist, except in a handful if you have to kind of build your own stack. And most organizations, guess what? Not prepared to build their own stack that's fully zero trust. So lots of work there. All the 80% of organizations say yes, they're going to do zero trust. They'll eventually get there. It'll take 5 or 10 years, and it will take 5 or 10 years. And we will. We'll get network stacks. That's not a problem. We'll get there, and they'll not be trusted, and they'll take a lot of performance because they're constantly checking everything all the time. But we'll make that work too. That's not a problem. And so I believe the practice of zero trust is probably a piece of the foundation of any future. Getting off of our unsustainable path, zero trust is most likely one of the things that will take us there. And will require completely redoing everything in our 7-layer, if you're in IT, we got to rip out the whole bottom of the stack and put the zero trust one in. That actually works, cannot be compromised. I was just in DC at a major event, and we were talking about what the level of investment is going to be trillions of dollars for organizations to move to zero trust. But that's probably where we need to go, and that's a network where the door is shut all the time, unless somebody you know sends you a piece of information, and then maybe you'll accept it. But there's another undeniable pattern in the trends. One of these is cyber, and the other one is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, right now, the good guys are going to have the resources and power to use AI to fight attacks. Eventually, the bad guys are going to use AI against us too. But it's not clear they have enough resources to do. We might actually get the power. This might be another path to sustainability with cyber, is AI. I actually believe that now. I think we'll be able to keep the upper hand. It's going to be really expensive, but we'll do it. We can nationalize some of those types of things. AI ops is the big topic. How do we, my prediction, and I'm not the only one, I was comparing some notes at the speaker's dinner, and other people agree, 95% of all operations in IT and cybersecurity will be automated by 2030, 95%. Of course, and that's even with a huge rise in cyber attacks. And artificial intelligence will do everything that humans can't do, and it will learn everything that humans can do pretty much. So most things will be automated. That's AI ops, and it's going to grow into a massive industry in short order. Now that we have very powerful democratized AI, it's great. It can fight hundreds of thousands of incidents per hour. And it can learn and teach itself to fight new ones, to detect and fight new ones. I think AI is going to be one of the most significant trends in cyber. But along with zero trust, we have this countervailing trend. And I noticed it, I was in Lithuania a month ago, and they're riding this curve, the decentralization of everything, decentralized finance, blockchain, but we've had it before. These are all the things that, we used to centralize everything in a data center. Now we distribute it out in the cloud. We used to put everything in the cloud. Now we have edge with IoT, which makes, IoT is one of the biggest threat vectors there is. Decentralization is here to stay, and it's going to be one of the largest trends, but it also is going to push us back into the unsustainable path of cybersecurity. Our threat vectors, our attack surface areas are going to get 1,000, 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times bigger. We don't know. But there's so much power in decentralization that it's an inevitable trend. And so all of this is a class of problem. I've seen this before. I lived this before in the world of IT, where we suddenly were completely overwhelmed by the demand for digitizing everything instantly, and nobody had any patience for backlogs anymore. And the thing is, we live now in what I call the exponential era. And if you are being affected by an exponential trend, like your attack surface area growing at an exponential rate, you can't use linear techniques to fight it. Yet that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and budget our way into fighting exponential problems. I have news for you. I've lived this, where I've fought this battle for a decade and a half. You will lose. We cannot do what we're doing today. The problem is scaling non-linearly, but we're using linear organization, linear budgeting, linear processes to fight it, and it doesn't work. And so we learned that, you know, there's this famous, as you know, Scott Brinker, myself, he came up with this Martek's law. Technology changes exponentially, but management and organizations change logarithmically if you're extraordinarily lucky, by the way, mostly linearly. So the power laws that drive the digital world don't work using our linear approaches. That's one of the things we learned. We learned that we fight fire with fire. Use nonlinear approaches like AI, for example, or zero trust, which is, again, nonlinear because of the tremendous increase in performance to check every single security request. And check every single packet against a large list of computers you might want, millions. I've seen zero trust network stacks have 1 million IP addresses loaded into the NIC card, right? And every request is checked against that. That is, however, fighting a nonlinear problem with a nonlinear solution. All right, so this will be one of my, I just updated this, that's up to the minute. So these are the cyber domains: users, devices, automation, analytics, apps, data, and the network. This is where we were around 2010, right? Simple, basic things, right? So we first got multi-factor authentication, network segmentation, things like that. And then we started to get things like DevSecOps, real orchestration, micro-segmentation became a thing. By 2016, we had new high practice value. Most people aren't even doing this, and we added that. Some of these things, encrypting everything at rest, for example, least access privilege, and then by 2020, we had gotten these very advanced capabilities. You know, policy-based event management, so we don't flood our SOC staff with 1 million notifications, right? Little things like that. And now we're here. This is the latest, my latest cybersecurity maturity model. This is what everyone has to do. And I've designed this such that I think that if you do these outside pieces, you'll be fighting fire with fire. All those are nonlinear approaches to cybersecurity that scale, that are cost effective, and give you a chance to close the gaps, to address all the issues that I brought up here. And it comes from, I wrote this post, there's a link there. This presentation will be on SlideShare. I've never given this presentation before, and I never give the same talk twice. So I'll put this on SlideShare. All this is my up to the second summary of my research. But I saw the same thing. We have actually only some fundamental patterns in cybersecurity. I think only 3. That all these hundreds of things and hundreds of types of attacks and hundreds of types of defenses, all of them boil down to just 3 things. And if we do the 3 things and we use nonlinear techniques to implement those 3 things, you can do it. That's the new cusp of cybersecurity. Because the end game is complexity management. That's it. That's all we're doing in IT and cybersecurity right now. And anybody whoever's best at complexity management, whether that's the bad guys or the good guys, will win. That is your job. You have no job for the rest of your career except this, complexity management. And it means reducing it, making the formerly complex simple. And so the cyber domain today exceeds the grasp of our organizations, the way we've structured it. So we got to restructure it. And so the question I ask is, what is the simplest, most holistic route to getting to that maturity curve? What do we do? Now, there's more than one route here. There's no one good answer. I have my answer, but this is mine. We need a new approach that synthesizes these down into a new layer of abstraction that's simpler. Piecemeal techniques, what we're doing now, will fail, is failing, not working. You saw those budgets increasing, right? Piecemeal techniques do not work. Real cybersecurity architecture will. And so I believe, this is my report, it's free, you can find it online. It's just my answer to this, but it's having a total view of the network, it's having long-term reputation data about who is a threat and who is not, that's accurate, and continuous behavioral analysis. I call this applied threat intelligence. I worked with John Kindervag, the inventor of Zero Trust, Tony Scott, the former federal CIO of the United States, on this research paper, actually. So this is not my just ideas in some tiny corner. This is something along these lines is the future. And it's fighting fire with fire. It reduces all the complexity down to 3 things, that if we do it in every place in our organization, we're okay. It will continuously defend this with no gaps. That's the new cusp of cybersecurity. If we continue on the current path, we will fail. And so, here's another view of it. And again, I'll go through the charts. But I believe this is a sustainable end state for now. And it will work with quantum. It will work with everything except for insider threats. That's the only thing that we don't have a defense for yet. We just don't. And but at least you can take care of everything else. So to wrap up, we cannot be overtaken by exponential factors. We will fail. We need a holistic approach to complexity reduction. ATI is an example, but there's other ways of doing it. And we must climb to the simplest fitness landscape, the next level of how we think and defend. But these breakthroughs exist to allow us to do this now. But that means we have to move out of tactical cyber defense and into system thinking and rethinking, and we have to replace the network stack to be closed. But we are I believe, at a new dawn of cyber. If we're willing to change our thinking, we have to get off the path that we're on, but it is doable. So that's my latest strategic thinking. I hope it frames up the rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Good. Yeah, please stay here. So, thank you for a great presentation. I believe, at least I had a lot of questions, but the problem is we're a little bit short of time. Yep. So during the lunch break, here's the on. You just grab them and ask your questions, because I have the opportunity now to just pick just one. And about the AI, obviously, the most trendy questions are about the AI. So how to automate the protection, and have you heard about European AI Act? So are the regulations not already regulating not to use such things for etc.? So what are the trends in terms of trying to regulate that and trying to use that versus?
AI will arrive in 2 ways with cybersecurity. One, through our vendors are going to be providing AI for us. They'll do a lot of it. But we will have special attacks or special areas in our organization that the vendors don't cover. We will have to use AI ourselves. We will use the latest generative AI frameworks. And the other piece is the AI Act and EU. I study that quite a bit because it's a model for the world. And it says, don't use AI in things that are human critical. So you will not be able to use AI in cybersecurity in healthcare and other places like that. That's going to be a challenge. And I hope the regulation evolves. I think it might once we learn more. But you can still use AI if you're not one of those like life critical, human threats, avoid them. You can use AI in cybersecurity even with AI.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now let me give you a little souvenir. Before you step up. No, come up in the light. Okay, so this one is for you. So just to take with you. Thank you. And this one as well. Yes. So I hope Lithuania didn't give you one.
Thank you so much.
Good one, good one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next event is the first panel we are having today. Now, with the panel, there are one thing you should know. The panelists, they will not be able to see Menti questions. So your questions have to come out verbally. So just raise your hand, you will be delivered microphone, and you will be able to ask this question. Now, let me welcome on the stage Mr. Edmunds Belskis, who will be the moderator of this panel. He is member of the board of LICTA. Edmunds?
Hi.
The stage is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I think it's time to say good morning still, and you had a nice coffee in the break, and it's a great honor to me to moderate this panel, and my congratulations to organizers. 10 years organizing this conference. It's impressive. Thank you for your efforts. And cybersecurity. So cybersecurity has become more important and influential over the time. Now, the COVID pandemic, we are mentioning every conference, geopolitical situation in Ukraine, Nagorno-Karabakh in another part of the world requests immediate action from the government and private sector. So investments in infrastructure, personal competencies, as well implementation of new technologies, a set of actions and cooperation should strengthen cybersecurity resilience. So the main question of today's discussion is cooperation. That's why I'd like to ask to take a seat today's panelists. Roland Henning, please take your seat. Under Secretary of State, Policy Director of the Ministry of Defense. You can applaud. They are all important persons. Richard Brown, Director of Irish National Cybersecurity Centre, please. Ingmar Puķis, Vice President of largest mobile operator of Latvia, Latvia's mobilized telephones. Take your seat. Thanks. And Florian Penning, Director, Government Affairs of Microsoft Corporation. Please.
Welcome. Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
How do you say?
Thank you.
Hey.
Already. Yeah. So, gentlemen, there has been much discussion about public and private partnership, including in the area of cybersecurity, but it's easy to speak about the partnership and the legal framework and how do we cooperate. It's much difficult to implement in a real life. So, to start, I have a short quiz for you, and 1-2 minutes for the answer. Just to warm up, how do you evaluate public-private partnership in cybersecurity field? And just to give answer, do you believe in cooperation and why? Or it's just a modern trend and theoretical exercise? Please, starting with you.
Thanks, and thanks for inviting Microsoft to the panel. It's a great honor, and so far a great conference. Yes, of course, we believe in public-private partnerships and corporations. And if you say, like in 30 seconds, this is both relevant at operational level, and the CERT people, the CERT people need to work with each other, public-private. It's important at a tactical level, cooperation models like ISACs, incredibly relevant. And at the strategic level, where you've got an esteemed panel here as well, where at the strategic level, we go through the challenges that we see, and also to start thinking about where do we put resources and where do we prioritize.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Mr. Puķis?
Good morning. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And what we have seen so far, probably the highest importance for public-private partnership is in the areas where it's unclear what to do. It's very easy to use procurement procedures and all the stuff when you know what you're actually doing and what you are buying. But in ever-changing situation, both in both in cybersecurity and innovations, the scene is changing so rapidly. So normally the government is unable to define what has to be done, and normally the technological expertise on the industry side is much higher. So there has to be some sort of cooperation, and the public-private partnership probably is the way how to frame this cooperation in uncertainty. Probably uncertainty is the key area where public-private partnership has to be applied, and we clearly live in a time where there's a lot of uncertainty.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Thank you. I mean, given the confounding nature of cybersecurity as a policy field, given its dispersed, variegated, slightly anarchic nature in terms of the development of the global internet, as we've already heard, I mean, and the risk asymmetry between those who own infrastructure and those who rely on it, public-private partnership is an absolute given and a necessity, and our experience has been massively positive in terms of the value it adds to all of us in terms of how we go about securing networks and securing services. But, of course, there's also a role for governments, I say this as a public servant, in regulating, in steering, in holding to account where things don't work. And that happens at a national level, but critically it also happens at a European level. And the value of the European Union in framing some of these discussions via things like NIS 1 and 2, CRA, and other Cybersecurity Act type functions has been really critical as well.
Okay, good. Mr. Henning?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having us here. Well, coming here, I thought we are in a good place when it comes to government policies and how we do things. But hearing the previous presentation, I'm not so sure again anymore. Quite worrying future landscape. But anyway, I think in the government and representing the government, we would love to do everything ourselves and control everything. But again, back to the threat picture, I think we simply can't do it alone, and nobody can. Maybe North Korea can, I don't know, from the government point of view. So we have to involve all the resources we can from state and from private domains. And I think in terms of defense, and coming from Ministry of Defense, this comprehensive defense concept is something we are pushing forward, not only in conventional military domain, but as well in cyber. So answer is, of course, yes. Okay,
Mr. Putis challenged that government can't define requirements and the framework of cooperation, and you are agreeing partly, but you know, the budgets of defense sector is increasing. Why can't you just request additional money, invest in infrastructure, buy the best experts, and assure this cybersecurity in the governmental IT infrastructure?
I'm afraid we cannot steal labor force from Mr. Putis, so government probably will not pay that much, so we have to find a smarter way how to use their brain still. So I think the answer then is the partnership, because it was rightly said that this innovation and R&D potential is mostly in private hands. So government, of course, can set regulations, set rules, but well, I'm not sure. I think there's still in our country there's a slogan for this small, effective government and civil service. So as long as we stick to that, I think we cannot afford ourselves to build a huge machinery and still will be behind than others.
Okay, but when you are the ministry and responsible for cybersecurity policy and implementation, you are like a front office of the government in this field. How do you cooperate with the governmental organizations, agencies, defining those targets, criteria, needed resources, and how you manage collect this information before you go to the private sector and start the discussion of cooperation?
Yeah, well, Ministry of Defense is in lead for cyber security, cyber defense for, what, a decade or so. So we are this front office of the government, you're right. And I think we do our best. We try to be this policy setting actor, and I think we do that through both policy papers and regulatory means, and through organizations. And we have, I think it's well-written paper, cybersecurity strategy, the new one from 23 to 26. I think that already sets out what is the environment, what are our instruments of power, and how we should, well, what we want to achieve all together. And not to leave it only for the policy, we are as well working on implementation plan. So there are concrete tasks, responsible agencies set out so that we exactly cover all those areas what we want to achieve. And cybersecurity clearly says it's the defense, deterrence, and development of our capacities, capabilities. It's where we're going. And then we use as well institutions or agencies or let's say the same IT security board, which is governmental agencies forum, but as well private sector can be and is invited to those and participates in meetings. And we are the latest trend is that we are developing this community of competence, let's say, among experts, where it's among government and private sector as well. So policy papers, regulations, documents, EU is very handy, of course, with these directives, which already sets the standards, and we have to, well, let's say, implement them nationally. So there is, I believe, we are in a good place. There is a framework how we coordinate agencies and agree on aims we want to achieve.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move to Ireland. Mr. Brown, you became and was appointed the director 2 years ago. Congratulations, of the National Cybersecurity Center of Ireland. Yes, I know it. But you have been working for the agency since 2014 as an employee and know the organization from inside. So what was your plans and strategy facilitating this public-private partnership and cooperation with industry?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think we were probably slightly lucky in that we were a couple of years later than lots of other member states in the European Union. So we got to see what others has done. And we also had a fairly good opportunity to assess exactly where our industry was and where our sectors were. What we did, and it's explicit in the 2015 National Cybersecurity Strategy, and even more detailed in the 2019 strategy, was work on a spiral development basis. So we started off trying to understand how to frame conversations with critical infrastructure and across government just on protection. Over time, we expanded that role into areas of development, into staffing, into training, and then beyond that, we expanded into questions like, into other sectors. So we went outwards, laterally, and deeper as time went on. So we got to a point now where we have formal structures across government, various different critical infrastructure sectors, including telecoms and digital, that allows us to do very meaningful, very deep training, information sharing, and also, and this is really critical, enables information sharing and engagement across sectors. It's not just government to business, it's business to business and government to government. Okay. And this is one of the key learnings for us in all of this process, that in cybersecurity, we're all embedded in different organizations. We all have different priorities. We all have different organizational goals. In many cases, we won't even be aware of other parties fighting the same battles we are. Our role as a National Cybersecurity Centre, in many cases, has been to convene, to literally get people into the same room and then step back. So we use sectoral chairs for all of our information sharing type groups. We focus and work to develop their own internal information sharing and to develop their own situational awareness, which allows us then in turn to feed off that and to help defend them better.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Putis, when we see on the private sector intentions and targets, so you are focused more for innovation, for growth, and obviously to make profit. In that case, where is the difference and added value of public-private partnership legal framework instead of just a common procurement procedure where you just provide service and or sell the product?
Well, there are many layers to this. First of all, coming back to what we just discussed and also what we heard here about there are different roles. They're kind of an ecosystem, and this ecosystem consists both of the governmental players and also from the business players, and there are different roles into this. The government actually has some important roles as actually identifying what is the actual challenge, because not all the time the business has this level of scope of what is going on in the, I don't know, in the particular country or in the particular region. So there are flows of information not visible to the business, which are visible to the government, however small it might be. So there is identification of the challenges is probably one of the things that the government can do. Of course, the technical competences is some of the things that the businesses can bring to the table. And probably the interesting part, where there is probably not one kind of silver bullet we've seen, is how to define what has to be done. It's probably the ultimate question of all the innovation processes. So everybody is very nice and smart when you know what is the objective. Then there are all the MBA trainings and iterative processes, and whatever you like, waterfalls and agiles and yada yada yada. So, but the interesting part is, and very depressive and chaotic part is, how do you define what has to be done? So we've seen many examples. Some of those examples involve actually realization that not only humans can be volunteers, also the legal entities can volunteer. And so not everything is about the profit, particularly if you are a large company, so you have a large footprint in this particular economy. You have to be conscious, and probably even from a rational perspective, the safety of the country and economy is in your self-preservation interest. So what we've seen is that there have been some engagements in some projects where the legal entities and businesses, they participate on a pro bono basis, trying to help to define, because there's this very tricky part where how the government can distribute funds and actually pay for something. It's not really clear. So there's the other part where this is some other examples where the government and businesses are trying to move away from this pro bono, because you as a business, you can be pro bono just some small fraction of your time, right? So you have to find these ways how to legally exchange, so to speak, money, and not being blamed as being just a thief. So these are R&D sides of the world. So, and our relationships with the government, so where this public-private partnership role is actually to venture into these areas where it's unclear what has to be done. So there might be shared costs of this research, what has to be done, and most importantly, information exchange on what is the actual challenge.
Okay, so the shareholders can take a look on your ability work for pro bono. For how long can you work for that?
Well, all the shareholders these days, they like to signal each other how sustainable they are. So this is a good way to signal, right?
Mm. When we speak about public-private partnership, we are thinking about trust and mutual understanding of this project and end result. Mr. Penning, from the perspective of Microsoft Corporation point of view, when you're entering as a private-public partnership frameworks, what are you thinking about, and how do you assure this mutual trust from both sides, not only from the corporation side, but also from the government side?
It's an excellent question. I think it starts off talking at the right level, because that's the first thing. If you have a manager of a CERT or a CERT talking to a policy or strategic director, they will probably have some overlap, but there will be some disconnect there as well. So that's to be super mindful of. And that's difficult sometimes for companies like ourselves, right? Because we're large, we have people around the globe, it's a 24/7 enterprise. So you need to find that right person, but we are lucky that we're staffed well, so we really focus on that and make sure that when government calls, we show up. So that's the first one. Really make sure you're accessible and available. Then have an open mindset about regulation, and that's something I really want to emphasize here, because often I also hear in the portrayal of that we're always, not always, but we're often pushing back against regulation. No, we need cybersecurity regulation because that forces governments to have their mandate to hire people, to invest, to make sure they're open for collaboration. Incredibly important. So that open mindset is super important. Then as Microsoft itself, I really proud ourselves on the culture that we have a customer obsession, which you can also translate as a partner obsession. We want to understand what's your problem and how can we address that, be it technological, be it on skills. We had multiple discussions over the last couple of years of we don't have enough people. What's the real challenge here? And as I work within the EU framework, it's very important to emphasize that harmonization. And that's where we can use Brussels and by extension regulatory approaches. And then the last one, I would really say is share. Share, share, and share.
Okay.
We sit on the fence that we see a lot. We're often first defenders. Our 10,000 experts that work 24/7 on cybersecurity operation, they see attacks coming at them first. And I think the presentation before we also heard that. That gives us a responsibility to our customers, which often are government as well. We need to share. So I think in the coming week or so, we'll see the Microsoft Digital Defense Report coming out, where we go into depth on nation-state-sponsored attacks. And the last thing I want to say about this, and that's where I really see, and I hope that other industries will follow us there, and I can see it's happening, is the level of accountability and being transparent about who are those nation-state-sponsored attacks has changed massively. If you look at 10 years ago, and I have a background in the intelligence service, we didn't talk about that in public, not even as an intelligence service. And now you've got reports coming out from companies like Microsoft and others. Others are doing great work there too, that are really feeling comfortable to start identifying that. And that's sharing. And it means that on the other side, governments need to be ready to have that conversation with us. And if they're not, of course, we need to sit down. How can we make that happen and enable it?
Okay, thank you. It was my pleasure several years ago to visit Redmond, Cyber Defense Operation Center of Microsoft. It was really impressive. And at that time, there was information that the Microsoft Corporation invest about $1 billion for cybersecurity activities.
Yeah.
Does the sum is increasing now?
Actually, it's 20 billion over the course of 5 years. So when you were there, we kicked that off. Saying like we invest in that, and that's the commitment we make to civil society, 20 billion. And again,
it's some kind of investment in building trust.
Yeah, partly. Technology, services, trust, all these things go together, and that means that we need to have those government conversations, because even though we are often first defenders, we are not. We don't have the mandate of law enforcement or intelligence services. So that's where we really need to cooperate with each other.
Okay, great. Mr. Brown, can you share experience from Ireland about some successful stories about this private-public partnership? Which organizations or which field that showed really good results?
Okay, I will, but I'm going to cheat and talk about something else really quickly first. My colleague mentioned the ecosystem approach to cybersecurity. I think, first of all, it's a really critical point.
Yeah.
But secondly, the ecosystem is global. The ecosystem, to use the word again, is variegated. We all buy from and share from global vendors for products, for goods, but particularly for services. And with the advances in cloud and in things like generative AI, the nature of the interdependence is growing, not diminishing. I think a really key part of cybersecurity policy and a really key part of our work in cybersecurity more generally is the international engagement piece. Keeping a very close eye on global developments and keeping cybersecurity as a key part of your foreign policy. Both in industrial terms and in geopolitical terms. We can't extract one from the other at this point in our life cycle. This is where we are, and the previous presenter implicitly made this point very well. If you look at how we're going to have to address these global challenges in cybersecurity, it will only really work if we cooperate on a global level. Keep in mind that there are actors, of course, in that global environment who don't want it to work, which is something we'll also have to keep in mind. So the ongoing work at the UN level and things like the Open-Ended Working Group, the ongoing work at the European level in terms of certification and EU-US engagement is really, really important. And of course, engaging with companies like Microsoft through their really valuable formal programs like the Government Security Program is a really useful way of doing that. To answer your question specifically then, we've evolved a system we call CORES. So this is Coordination and Response Groups. And these CORES, we started with a government core. Very imaginatively, we called it GovCore, which is about 4 years old now, and it worked initially to develop a standard for public sector ICT security, again based on the NIST cybersecurity framework, which I'm sure most people will be familiar with. That organisation has evolved over time. We're on our third independent chair of the organisation now, and has really served to drive not just awareness of cybersecurity practices and policies within public service in Ireland, but has also served to inform us as to where the risks really are. So in other words, we have a recursive link from our formal engagement processes back into national policy. In June of this year, we published a midterm review of our national cybersecurity strategy, and that built on several of the findings from those groups, not just GovCore, but also our Energy Core, our DigiCore, our local government core, and the nascent cores we have in areas like healthcare and academia. Also, and this is equally important, this gives us a ready access in incident response. So in other words, when we have an incident, we have obviously direct personal communications with the key individuals across all the organizations. Goes to the previous point of who do you talk to? Well, we have their mobile phone number, we have their Signal account, we can get them a message immediately, collectively or individually. But it also allows us to plan for large-scale incident response processes in a really cohesive way. It wasn't as easy to do that previously. We're going on a generic sectoral level. Now we talk to the CISO in every organization.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Henning, you mentioned the comprehensive state defense concept, and can you elaborate in more detail how this concept and following legislative proposals and laws and different other legal acts support to build this resilience in cybersecurity field?
Yeah, it's a broader concept, of course, and it got prominence after 2014 when we started more looking into how our neighbor to the east is operating, and I think it was especially visible now with the full-scale war in Ukraine that. There's only a small portion of the country which actually fights with arms, like 3% or something. The rest has to survive. The rest has to support the country, has to support the armed forces and just carry on living. And that's why this idea of comprehensive defense goes outside the Ministry of Defense, but we from Ministry of Defense have been let's say the most probably vocal advocates of that in all domains, not only cyber, and the idea of that, and we are now in the middle of reviewing our defense policy, so to say, white paper. Actually, it will be in front of the Parliament tomorrow. The Parliament will vote for our next four-year policy paper. So the whole idea of defense of the country is based on this method of comprehensive defense, and elements of that or some features of that is the notion which we want to somehow flood into our minds of our people, is that it should many things should come bottom up from like own initiative, from private level, from community level, that we have to somehow break this somewhere still existing legacy of Soviet times. Then you are expecting that the government or someone will tell you what exactly to do. So you should have your own ideas, your own initiative, which we will praise to come up what you can do on yourself or with the group of friends. So this self-organizing kind of thing. And the other idea in this policy paper is across all the domains is again allowing people to or giving some examples or some guidance on these roles and expectations on all those levels. So not only the government, so paper doesn't say that government will do this and that, but it talks about, again, individual level, community level, then municipalities, enterprises, and then as the last resort, the government. So everybody should have a role, everybody should have an interest in defending the country or helping to carry on the critical services or continuity of services and the government. And same is true for cyber. The big policy paper doesn't speak too much about the cyber, because we have a separate cyber strategy which goes more into details. But I think this idea about whole government approach goes through all the things we do. Because again, well, you mentioned 1 billion or 20 billion. The whole defense budget of Latvia, annual budget, is $1 billion. So. Well, yeah, that answers to the first question, how much government can do. there are lots of levels and tiers and things we wanna engage, but it is really a two-way street. It's not only the government giving the guidance or telling or giving funding to some initiatives or paying for services. It's back and forth. And I think the benefit of the government, as it was mentioned before, is that so we provide this regulatory framework, so you can actually operate if you are well, company who wants to follow the rules and ensure this competitiveness, you want to operate in the rules-based environment. So we do that. And another part is this threat picture because of security services and intelligence agencies. So we can provide this well threat environment, and we can actually help to fight that. And there are companies which are way much smaller than LMT or Microsoft, which are still vulnerable, which are still dependent or important for our, let's say, the security of our society and defense. And they are more exposed to this threat, so we should take care of them as well.
Thank you. Mr. Pucis, you have experience cooperating with the Ministry of Defense and other public organizations in different fields, but before you enter those cooperation frameworks, do you have some clusters of private-private cooperation framework where you attract some companies, small companies, innovative companies, startups to build this competence wider than only LMT expertise?
Well, yeah, to answer this question.
And what is added value for the your clients?
To answer this question, probably I have to explain who am I. So I do represent here classically. Back in the day, we were just a simple mobile operator. We've done fairly well on 4G era, and we are probably one of the most loaded networks on the planet. And our customers are the top 1, top 3 layer of the most mobile data using people on Earth, which we are really proud of. But then 5G almost came around, and no one knows what to do with it still. So there's a lot of beautiful new technology probably coming our way. Not yet here, so still industry is quite stupid about the 5G. They still use it just as a simple broadband. And so many years ago, we realized we need to figure out. So back in the day, you could go, I don't know, to London or San Francisco and to sit in this kind of a conference and write down what you have to do, what's been done by, I don't know, AT&T or BT or whatever. These days, these companies are really big and slow. They do nothing. So you have to figure out by yourself. So then we realized that there is no such human resource within the company, because the company is built as a mass service producer. There is no layer for industrial solutions, R&D, and et cetera, et cetera. So what we did, for the sake of making sense of 5G capabilities, we decided to build out internal resource of people who can actually talk to other people. And second of all, of course, we very soon realized that we will never be able to do everything on our own, however rich we feel. So we tried to build out the ecosystem of cooperation between the, I don't know, classically universities, startups, the government, and this all goes down. We are trying to identify not so much as entities, but more like bright people, because it all boils down to people with initiative. It doesn't matter. I mean, there are no two ministries that are the same. There are different brands of ministries, different ministry cultures. Like I can clearly say that the Ministry of Defense is clearly in the mood of getting things done. So we have lots of cooperation with Ministry of Defense, because there is a population of personnel who is willing to achieve something. So slowly this ecosystem builds up. So we are not alone, and there is some strengths that you can involve both people from academia, from the government, from industry, and probably some of the examples was that we were actually the first military 5G testbed in Europe because of that, because we are small and we are much faster than, I don't know, really good friends in the United States because they are just way more bigger. So the ecosystem is way more bigger. The links between the players and the ecosystem are much longer, much more formal. So that is the beauty of being a part of a small economy and small ecosystem. You're just much more faster. You can be the first one. So and actually the ability for us to build out the 5G testbed within the military base in Kadaga here, along with formations of 12 countries now, and this has been great advantage and has given us the possibility to actually build out the future services for cyber, particularly in the future mobile solutions.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Penning, you are a global player, Microsoft Corporation, and not only large, you are an enormous company. And when we speak about cooperation and collaboration with small and medium companies, similar question like Mr. Putis, from your perspective, how do you promote this cooperation, and what is for the Microsoft added value to attract those innovative enterprises?
That's a super good question, because first of all, if you just some numbers, right? Even though we are a global company, we can't do this alone. So that's one thing. I want to go back to cybersecurity operations and then look at the tactical and operational side. We work with 15,000 partners on cybersecurity on a daily basis.
15,000.
15,000.
It's companies.
These are also SMEs. It doesn't always have to be the bigger ones. So we have those collaboration models. Obviously, there are innovations happening in smaller companies because of the agility, because of a different mindset that we need to be open to. So it's a partner model. So we always hear ecosystem, and I think that's great, but we also need to move a little bit beyond what does it mean, and in which areas of cybersecurity would you deploy it in a different way, right? So that's the first thing. And if you look, for example, there was, and it's also a very vulnerable group. Huh? Let's also be realistic about that. I think in 2021 there was an ENISA study that said that they interviewed SMEs in the EU, where I believe 80% said that if we are attacked, then within a week that really has a very negative impact on our business. Mm-hmm. Incredibly important. That means that they're vulnerable. Obviously, being a hyperscaler responsible for much of the cloud security solutions out there, or at least trying to advocate for them, our first go-to comment would be, go on cloud. Cloud enjoys you to make the best use of security solutions around the clock. And I think that Dion also mentioned the amount of attacks that are happening. That's in there. So that's the defensive side. On the cooperative side, again, coming back to what I said before, the innovation that lies within SMEs is incredibly important. Then looking at the EU landscape, I do have some comments saying like, okay, great that we look at regulation for this at the Cybersecurity Competence Center. I think that one of the experts is coming to give a presentation later in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. It's a great model, but we would also like to see a little bit more coming out of that to make sure, hey, we can connect to those relevant discussions and see, hey, where is that resource going into? And it's not only about euros all the time. Mm-hmm. It's also about efforts of people, getting the right people together, discussing the right elements. And even though we're a global player, we're also divided in different topics and subject matter experts that we can connect to those discussions. And I know, for example, that some of the colleagues, for example, Richard has a great team that are quite innovative, and they also know how to maneuver that. But it all starts with that first conversation, to be open about that collaboration at that level.
Great. So you know a lot about Richard, what he's saying. You were last week in another conference in the panel. So good. Then Richard, we like to measure everything. And what is your opinion? How to measure effectiveness of this cooperation from the government position? Do you have any KPIs or measures, or just a nice smile from the cooperation partner is enough?
Measurement in cybersecurity from a governmental perspective is extremely difficult. I mean, we all end up, to some extent, focusing on input metrics and trying to arrange some kind of arcane synthetic outcome metrics as a means of justifying our investment, and we all do it. It's an absolute given. I think for us, one of the key metrics that we always try and track is engagement metrics. So how often, how much, how deep, how valuable the engagement is. But even then, that is a synthetic arbiter. It is, to an extent, arbitrary. We also track the utility of, how much the information we provided is used. So some of that can be done on the network. Okay, we've issued a guidance on addressing a particular vulnerability. It's now plus 3 days. How many of the vulnerabilities have been closed nationally? And that allows us then to go back and to reiterate and to pick which messages we push. That's a reactive type of index, but it's very important because it's an index of our own effectiveness as well. So we do all of those things in a fairly dynamic way. We're also looking in the next phase of our development at further metrics for cooperation, aiming not just on the strictly cyber element, but also on disinformation, to try and ensure that we're actually dealing with the types of public lines, type of public arguments that are made by others, that we can counteract and deal with those before they occur. But it is an extremely complex area, and if anybody has any better ideas, I'd love to hear them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henich, we were discussing about the small and medium companies in cybersecurity field, but there is a lot of smart individuals in cybersecurity field. Do you have a system? Can you tell about how do you attract them for the cybersecurity defense teams, and as individuals and pro bono, they work to facilitate and strengthen the cybersecurity environment in Latvia?
Yeah, we put an advertisement out and invite them to join Ministry of Defense or Cyber Defense Unit. Well, I think it's not an easy task to organize those who really want to help because, of course, the security agencies need to be involved in what exactly you can do or cannot. But I think in general, if you talk about the personnel or about the cadre for this cybersecurity, then I think all of us, we are competing for the same people, and the number is not that big. We can actually pick from, we as a government, we of course want somehow to enlarge the pool of those cyber experts or cyber professionals, and that's why we are discussing and analyzing different options, how we can, let's say, push this thing through instruments we have, like armed forces. And we recently get back to conscription. We have, starting from next year, the state defense curriculum in all the schools, where all kind of security issues will be taught as well. So those are venues where we can somehow push and maybe towards a bit more, I don't know, cyber proficiency or cyber hygiene as a minimum, and maybe at a later stage we'll get some specialists out of it. And actually, I believe that even when it comes narrowly to the armed forces itself, so there's this basic training set which usually the conscripts or the newly recruits take. I think we should add cyber, some kind of hygiene or other skills to that basic set, and we should, as we should do, also add drone, I don't know, operating capabilities. That should not be something for specialists, but as a basic skill for all the youngsters which join armed forces and others. So that's a lengthy answer. I'm not sure about the exact question, but.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, really quickly, and it's an interesting point that my colleague has just made. We're a small country also. We share very similar challenges in terms of recruiting and retaining staff. We're competing with the European headquarters of small companies like Microsoft and Google and Apple and similar type of issues, and they can pay a little bit more than we do, just a little bit. And we also then have a military that is also struggling with exactly the same issues. We've ended up with kind of a three-phase or three-prong approach to it. One is the military have a cyber reserve, like lots of militaries do. We don't. And we've chosen deliberately not to do that because we found over the years that engaging with companies per se rather than individuals is a much more productive way of doing business, particularly in the national security space, where it's very difficult to vet individuals and bring them inside the curtain on national security issues. But what you can do is engage selectively on a contractual basis, not commercially, but contractual, with companies. So you can share information, you can share intelligence in some limited cases, and you can lean on their analytical capability, their own contacts, their own international contacts in some cases, to build your capacity during an incident. So for example, and this will be widely known, we had a major incident in our healthcare sector May of 2021. One of the very helpful elements of our response process was we could turn to colleagues in industry and say, right, what exactly do you know about this process, or this group, or this entity? And they could give us very contemporary, very live information as to what was happening, where they'd been, what tools were used, that allowed us to check and recheck what we were doing and assess our own effectiveness and assess where the future was going to be for the next 6 to 12 hours, which in an incident is really important.
Okay. So we have some 10, maximum 15 minutes with additional questions, and I would like to ask some questions at the end of our discussion about the legal framework and necessary improvements. And Mr. Penning, I can imagine that you can comment Article 11. What does it mean and what it's saying about? We discussed in the previous session, and you work in Brussels. It's your permanent working city, and you move between corridors in the Brussels, and you hear a new initiative. Can you elaborate on the new initiative, and can you explain a little more in details Article 11?
This is the, I assume, the Cyber Resilience Act, Article 11. Yes,
that's right.
That the colleague from Central. Okay, no, with pleasure. And I move very transparently in the discussions that we have all over. So I want to make that clear. Now, this is a provision in the Cyber Resilience Act that has two requirements. One is, as a manufacturer, the manufacturer is demanded to report on incidents regarding products that are on the digital single market, on the European market. So if there's something wrong, that's a good thing. I think that reporting in general is something that we definitely support if it makes sense. It has a clear objective and it allows for actions to happen. So when we report to an authority needs to be able to act. It's also part of public-private cooperation in that sense, something that we support. Our challenge, and that of many industry players regarding Article 11, is the first provision, Article 11.1, and that is about reporting of active, exploited vulnerabilities without a patch.
Okay.
Very close to being 0 days. Where we disagree with that approach from the fact that, on the one hand, if you would implement a system like that, you would start sharing over open lines, because there are no secure lines, the original proposal by the European Commission. That, I must say, by the way, made a great Cyber Resilience Act proposal. The proposal is good, we support it. It's this article where we have some issues. Over open lines, you're required to provide that information towards ENISA. So imagine that you're sitting in ENISA, you're the EU Cybersecurity Agency in Athens, right? You're receiving that information. That piles up to a database. Who has interest in that information? Well, I think that many here know that there are certain players that would love to get that information. Then the second question is, what would you be able to do with that information? Are you able to patch that? Are you able to provide a mitigation plan? Or are you able to receive that information and start sharing it? So then something that we, as a manufacturer, only have 5 to 6 FTEs working on, suddenly becomes wider and wider and wider. That's where our grave concern lies, and where we are really having discussions. And I must say that the European Commission and the European Council and Parliament are quite open to hearing us. Okay. But yeah, grave concerns. That's what the Article 11 discussion.
So the main point that they are listening to the private sector hopes and concerns about the new proposals.
They're listening. We haven't reached the right compromise yet.
Okay, great. Mr. Putis, you have a large experience in cooperation with the government in different innovative projects, and you mentioned some good examples. Do you see any necessity to improve the legal framework when you sign the contract or agreements on or define the final result of cooperation?
Well, probably still, yes, we do, and probably there are a few angles to this. One angle is that still we have to realize, you know, in the peacetime, normally in cybersecurity and generally in military, also as a neighboring industry, so to speak, we've been tending to prioritize safety over usability, and everything is super safe, not necessarily usable. As we can see, and great examples from Ukraine that they do use the YouTube streams and Discord chats in command control systems, things like totally unthinkable, probably in a very nice and comfortable peacetime European or United States military headquarters. But you know, when there's war, somehow the usability becomes really important. That same thing goes for also the partnerships. Public-private partnerships during the wartime, probably the industry and the government become closer. The legal framework, of course, does not evolve at the same pace. So we still have these peacetime procurement regulations that we are trying to use them on these very quick situations when we have to react really fast. So it normally boils down to companies being volunteers, or it boils down to some people from the government being blamed as very bad persons. So somehow this new balance has to be struck here, and actually being able to move much more aggressively, as we can probably take some example from the Ukrainian government on the ways how do they work and how do they prioritize. And how they find ways how to finance the involvement of industry. That's probably, I probably do not have a single statement, what is the silver bullet here, but we clearly need to speed up things, how the government can invest in these public-private partnerships to actually speed up the cooperation.
Thank you. So the Brussels produce a lot of regulations, and
we do
have
more,
to
I think.
We have to implement in daily life. And Mr. Brown, can you share your experience implementing a new regulations frameworks in cybersecurity field, and and how you balance those regulatory requirements and cooperation?
That's a really difficult question to answer, but I'll give it a go. So, for context for everybody, NIS 1, the European Network Information Security Directive 1, came into effect in 2016. It was implemented in the Union in 2018. We're the competent authority for 5 of the 7 sectors in Ireland. 2 are dealt with by the central bank. Some member states have federated out that responsibility, so sectoral regulators or another body does compliance, and the CERT or the Cybersecurity Centre doesn't. We chose that approach in 2016 simply because we didn't think we'd have time to get regulatory bodies into a space where they could do this properly, and because there were some advantages in having a single, consistent approach to developing the appropriate standards. It's very difficult for one reason in particular. You're both running with the foxes and the hounds. So you act as a trusted confidant, you act as a source of critical information, a source of intelligence in some cases, you act as a helper, but at the same time you're also the policeman behind the scenes. So you end up having to wield both. Now, to be clear, there is an advantage in that, because you can do both at the same time and move organizations along a pathway towards maturity. And we've done that successfully in a couple of areas where people weren't behaving. We lead them along with help and assistance, and we also beat them over the head with a big regulatory stick. But of course, over time, that gets corrosive, because people stop trusting you with information. People stop reporting as fully as they might otherwise do. And you lose visibility as to what's happening in your state. So for NIS2, and we're in the process of doing this now, we hope to federate out most, if not all, of the regulatory responsibilities now, to make sure that sectoral regulators are fully empowered, fully resourced to do this job properly, with us acting as a source of expertise, we hope, and a source of guidance and support around a consistent comprehensive and proper national approach. The one thing it's really important from a European perspective, and it's not just an Irish question, is that we in Ireland hold the European headquarters of many of the large companies involved. NIS2 treats cloud and, if you like, the internet infrastructure companies very differently. We need to ensure that that is held separate from a minister, is identifiably independent, and is dealt with extremely well and properly, so the rest of the European Union can have confidence in our implementation of the directive.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Henninch, when we speak about the private-public cooperation and the legal framework, how do we need any improvements, or do you see what can be done in this area to facilitate this, the private-public cooperation, and then we move to private-public partnership, which is a next evolution of cooperation? Well,
legislation and regulation is what we do, but I think we don't do that in isolation, as it was said before. So I think we have shown willingness, and we are ready to engage with private sector to find the right balance, because we have to marry two things. We have to marry these, let's say, security regulations, and what EU is let's say, pushing across all the union and our security interests with the practical implementation possibilities of that. And I think we are indeed open and ready to do that. And Ukraine was mentioned. I think it's really a good opportunity now for all of us to learn how to strike the right balance through those strict regulations and applicability of all the rules. And I've been myself in Ukraine. I have seen how they operate with gadgets and IT systems. Well, in times of crisis, you have a bit different logic and different needs, and then this essence of what you need to do takes precedence over how secure that actually is, or how safe that is. So I can say that we are constantly working on improving all the legislation frameworks and the law, and we are happy to engage in discussion with private partners.
Great, thank you very much. I can see the red light on the screen. That means that we have more 5 minutes for questions from audience. Please, there is a mic. Raise your hand. Again.
We made ourselves very clear.
There's a question.
Yes, there is a question. Please state who you are and to whom is a question.
Is this working? Yeah, great. Hi, I'm Dan Pilkington. I'm from the UK government. You touched a lot on approaches to sharing situational awareness at the national level, and also a bit at the EU level. And there's obviously NATO as well. And obviously NATO and the EU offer all of the benefits of doing things at a large and institutional scale, but also the challenges of working at a large and institutional scale. Does the panel see opportunities for collaboration at the sort of minilateral or small group or sort of smaller regional level, where building trust and operating a little bit more informally might bring some benefit?
Who would like to answer?
Well, I'll dive in straight away, given that we share a land border with the UK.
It's not so far from United Kingdom, yeah?
So, well, I think it's a very good question, and it's something that happens more and more in Europe and inside and outside of the European Union. We're part of the NATO malware sharing platform. We share across Europe, but we also share bilaterally with partners who are much closer to home, and some who are outside of Europe as well. So that kind of trust-building relationship has been developing in Europe for the last 10 years, and you'll find pockets that are very closely correlated. Be it through relationships that are based on having common infrastructure like we do with the UK, or relationships that are based on sharing common services at a European level. But through sectoral and geographical proximity, I think this is happening organically.
Excellent. And you would like to add something?
Yeah, it's a great question, because actually in parallel there's a conference taking place and there are many conferences taking place at the moment, CyberSecurity Month, but in Warsaw there's a Cyber Commanders conference where actually two of my colleagues are present to also start exploring that public-private relationship with NATO from a transatlantic perspective. Needless to say that the Russian aggression in Ukraine has pushed it forward even more. So 100% we need to explore this because it's really go time. It's no time to sit and wait for innovation. You need to seek it out.
Thank you. We have still 2 minutes for the last question. If there is no question, then we have some presents for you. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, thank you for contributing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All this.
Yeah.
You have? Thank you very much. Yes, it was great.
Pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:30, and we are beginning our third session in this hall, dedicated to strategic political issues, collaboration in between institutions, and obviously one major stakeholder in almost everything that we do. When we try to comply with something, when we try to collaborate with somebody, is, of course, European Commission. And I remember very clearly the first time I was involved in a group of people who were delegated to exchange information about in between private sector, in between associations, IT associations of Latvia and European Commission, to create a body that somehow exchanges the information without the middleman. So, of course, we were the middleman, but it was a nice initiative, my first initiative I was involved into. It was called Digital Champions. And I, ladies and gentlemen, became the first digital champion of Latvia. Went there, came back, talked to people, talked to associations, and we delivered a list of things, ideas, case stories, use cases. And European Commission got a feedback on that with how is that development going on in that country, what do people think, what do we do about, cell phones, etc. And one of the biggest things we did, obviously, we contributed to so-called intra-EU roaming. Today, we're all beneficiaries of that. We can travel in between European Union, and we enjoy a rather competitive package of included gigabytes, minutes, etc., etc. But it started all like that, like an initiative. So, without further ado, let me welcome Christiane Kirkte de Viron, European Commission Head of Cybersecurity and Digital Privacy Policy Unit, and she will have a keynote on EU cybersecurity initiatives. Please welcome. A warm applause. Good one, but I know you can do better than that. Perfect. Now it's much, much better. Good. Christine, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, and also thanks for the warm welcome. I hope I'll give an even bigger applause when I'm done, because I've been given a great task of covering all the cybersecurity initiatives of the EU in half an hour. And as I've heard from many, many people, we're doing quite a lot in this field, for sure. And also sometimes we actually get the question of how does it all fit together, because of course we are building this area incrementally, so one after the other is coming out, and people sometimes wonder how it all fits together. So I thought, let me go to Latvia today and test out some new ideas on how we actually explain how it all fits together. So I asked the team, before when I was preparing to come here, I asked them, if we were to put everything we do into one picture, what would it look like? And if you go to the next slide on my presentation, you could see the first thing I got from the team, which is basically a very, very busy kitchen. So I think this is a very good illustration of what it looks like in the EU cybersecurity kitchen these days. I would say we're not too many chefs, quite to the contrary. There are many people involved, of course, but we have been extremely busy preparing one dish or one legislation after the other. However, even though a picture might say 1,000 words, we did get onto something which was a bit more specific, which I will show you on the next slide, because we actually put in here an overview of everything that we have been doing within DG Connect on cybersecurity. And everything that sort of also we've been coordinating and cooperating with the others about. So I want to actually, we try to put it around the logic of prevent, detect, respond, deter, so that it can also give you an impression of the fact that we're actually, obviously we've done a lot of work already on the prevent side. This is also where we've classically been working with the NIS2, but you can also see that there are things now being filled out, and we're doing more work also on the other aspects. But I want to start with where I think it all starts, and it's not just because it's also one of the files we're dealing with specifically in my team, but I want to start with the NIS directive. I call it the mother of it all when we talk about cybersecurity. And that was the first thing we proposed back in 2013 as a directive. And back then, it's 10 years ago, we had extensive discussions. Is it really necessary? Why do we need to start building in this area? And I think everyone who sees where we are today, everyone who looks at both the threat environment we're operating in today, but also the geopolitical environment we're operating in today, I think I have not heard anyone say that it was a bad idea that we start putting down some more legally binding risk management measures on our critical infrastructure. So this is, of course, what we did with the first NIS directive, and with NIS2 we're extending this because, and I guess that's also a sign that it was the right decision to start working in this field. So with NIS2 we're extending the scope. We're going from 13 sectors up to 18 sectors who would now be coming under the scope, and we're also streamlining in terms of risk management measures and incident reporting and the sanctions and the penalties for those entities that are in the scope. It means that a lot of new businesses and organizations will come under scope. We're extending, for instance, also to public administration. We're extending to space. And what is also happening, which is certainly also a key factor in extending the scope, is that as soon as you're a medium-sized entity in one of these sectors, you will be in the NIS2 scope, and you will have to carry out the risk management measures and report incidents. We put into place also the structures for more crisis coordination at the European level. So this is under the respond part, where we put in, with NIS2, we put in the EU Cyclone, which is a network of national cybersecurity authorities, which will help us in case there is a major crisis. And in a way, it's also, I would say, something which is a necessary step, because one thing we know about cyber crisis is that it moves extremely fast, and there wouldn't be time, the same way you see, for instance, when we have a health crisis or a financial crisis, there's no time to build the car when it hits, because you have to start driving on day one. So we've been very also active in that field to build the right framework to make sure that the information is shared in Europe where it needs to be shared. The other thing we've been working hard at is on supply chain security. It's a key topic. We've all seen, of course, the amount of incidents we witnessed in the last years. We know that around 2/3 of all incidents that are reported under NIS are actually related to vulnerabilities in the products. And now that with NIS2, we're telling all our critical entities, you have to ensure supply chain security, you have to talk to your vendors, you have to make sure that you get security updates. We also looked at how can we actually facilitate this. And this is where, if you're looking at the prevention side, the Cyber Resilience Act comes into place. Now, the Cyber Resilience Act, it's still a proposal. We're busy negotiating it in Brussels. But we're at the final stages of the negotiations. So we very much hope that we will have something in place, an agreement by the end of this year. And then, of course, there will be a transition period, so to make sure that everyone gets ready for it. The key thing, I think, about the Cyber Resilience Act is that what we're doing with it is we're basically mandating security by design for every product that is placed on the market in the EU, whether it's hardware or software. So that means that if you're a developer, you need to undergo certain requirements that are laid down in the Act to make sure that you've actually done proper security by design. There's also requirements for after you place your product on the market. So you have to basically carry out testing, you have to provide patches, you have to push out your patches and so on, and you have to notify authorities when you have an actively exploited vulnerability in your system. So all of this is generally to strengthen the part of the product security in Europe. I think it's also important to say that, you know, the situation we're in now, it's of course not anyone's fault, because in a way the market is such that when you're pushing out digital products, speed is extremely important if you want to get a market share. And therefore what we've seen is that, of course, security is often a little bit of an afterthought. It's not there as an essential part of the development. But with the Cyber Resilience Act, this we are very keen on changing. And here, of course, there are complementarities over to the certification, where the certification schemes were able to say much more specifically for the very high level of security, that to lay down some very specific requirements. We're not the only ones in the world who have discovered that there is a problem on product security. So we're actually also engaging very actively with our international partners, and that's why you will see also above here I put international cooperation, because we have a lot of different tools where we're talking with our international and our like-minded partners. And product security is for sure one of them, where we are now discussing also with our American friends, trying to look at standards and so on, because this will of course help implementation for the companies that are active in this field, because normally if you're developing, you're very likely selling on both markets. So our commitment here is really to make sure that we're aligning as much as possible and that we're making it as simple as possible for the companies. And the same thing also goes to, of course, the companies when you have to comply with the requirements in the Cyber Resilience Act. Here we're very focused on small and medium-sized enterprises because, relatively speaking, the burden will be heavier on them. And we're looking at developing various toolings to help with this process. But it's also something I would like to share in this audience, that, you know, if you have ideas, if you're working on this and you have specific ideas for, you know, what could I actually need for my situation, we're always very happy to hear and engage with SMEs. I covered a little bit what we have on the prevent side now. I think I will then move on to more looking at for the detection and the response side, and that is of course the new Cyber Solidarity Act that we came out with in April. We call it the last piece of the puzzle because, as you can see, when you're looking at what are the different needs in Europe for having in place both policies, regulatory measures, but also support with funding, the Cyber Solidarity Act actually goes in and closes some of and fixes some of the issues that we have still detected. It is a funding tool to a large extent. It works with the Digital Europe program. And what it does, it funds actually across the board different things. So under, for instance, prevention, what we're proposing to set up is this cyber emergency mechanism, we call it, which will allow, it's a way of channeling funding on the basis of risks assessments to carry out pen testing of our critical infrastructure. This is normally a pretty expensive activity, and we believe that it would be useful to have this kind of support instrument available at the European level. Under the detection side, we're proposing to set up a European cyber shield, as we call it. So that is based on cross-border SOC projects. The intention is to make a European infrastructure of SOCs, whereby we can actually use and invest together in having, you know, enhanced data analytics, artificial intelligence, and actually invest in this overall improvement of our CTI and of our detection capacities. And then finally, with the Cyber Solidarity Act, and that's the other leg of our cyber emergency mechanism, we're also proposing to set up the EU Cyber Reserve, which is two things. On the one hand, it supports mutual assistance between member states, because what we also know and what we want to be prepared for is a situation where one incident is simply too big for one country to handle, and it should be possible then to go and ask other member states for support, and if there is a need for any kind of additional support from our side in terms of funding, it would be possible with the cyber emergency mechanism. So that's one part of it, which is this, I would say, member state to member state support. The other part, and this is a clear lesson learned from us from the war in Ukraine, and we've seen how the attacks on the Ukrainian critical infrastructure was handled, the cyber attacks. It is that we need to engage much more with the private sector, and that is extremely important, that the private sector plays an extremely important role when it comes to also incident response and the capacity to deal with large-scale incidents. So that is the reason why we're also foreseeing a program whereby you could work with trusted security service providers, and that they would be able to, in case of a major incident, that as a member state you would be able to ask for this kind of assistance from trusted providers. And in a way that is actually very similar to what we have also in other sectors, that when things go very wrong, I mean, I can mention forest fires, but often when you see in the crisis in the EU, we have this mechanism, of course, for countries to help each other, but when really needed, it should also be possible to have this additional thing that can come in. And this is basically what we're proposing with the cybersecurity reserve. I put down in the bottom, there is, it actually deserves its own presentation, if I could say, because that's all the investment programs we have, the funding we're making available, the capacity building, because with all of these regulations and with our policies, of course, there will be requirements both for the member states, for the companies, for the authorities, business organizations, and so on. So we're very keen on supporting this implementation. So we have made available funding, and I would as always encourage everyone to keep an eye out, because we have funding coming through now to support implementation of the Cyber Resilience Act already. We have funding coming out to support people to get ready also for certification. So I would very much encourage everyone here also to have a look at that. And then down in the very little corner to the right, I put the Skills Academy. I don't mean to put it last or put it in the corner, because in a way it is I think, central to everything we do, and it is a conversation that we need to have much more, which is what do we do in terms of cybersecurity skills. We have an estimated lag of between 300,000 and 500,000 in Europe. We don't really know how many, which I think in itself indicates that we also have an issue. And this is something that we don't just need to talk more about, but we also need to do more about. So what we put forward is this notion of a cybersecurity skills academy, which brings together different training programs, which also helps us understand the market, what are the market needs, how do we put together, make sure that people get upskilled, reskilled, or just skilled in cybersecurity. And it's an area, again, where it's very interesting for us to have as big engagement as possible. So if you are a private company or if you're from a national authority, we would also very much welcome an engagement in this, because we need to really join efforts on that. Finally, I mentioned already at the very top the fact that we have international cooperation. It's something that is growing a lot, I think, these years. And I would also say that the war in Ukraine has further fueled this. Of course, we are working on our side. We're working with Ukraine. We have a cyber dialogue with Ukraine. We're working very closely with our American friends as well. We are engaging with NATO on cybersecurity, and a number of other like-minded countries where we are also engaging and establishing relations. Now, on this slide is basically showing you everything which is there right now. Maybe a few words also on what's to come, and I would say what are the priorities on my side. I think looking at everything that's in place now, what we've done so far, especially with NIS2, but certainly also with the CRA, is that we're building the frameworks, right? We're really starting to put in place the structures of what will be. So one key thing, and I know it's not very politically sexy to say, but for me, a key thing to work on now is really implementation. To make sure that we fill out this framework and we make the most of what's there, because, you know, I look at NIS2, I see an amazing framework with a great opportunity to really improve cybersecurity in Europe. And I think it's very important that all of us keep the eyes on the ball and say, how do we actually make the most of this? How do we help our companies improve their cybersecurity baselines? How do we help work together in Europe? How do we make sure that the information flows to those it needs to flow to and not to those it doesn't need to flow to? But also, how do we make sure that we're able to assist each other and really strengthen cyber defense together? So on one hand, I would say this kind of implementation drive is going to be very important in the coming years. For the Cyber Resilience Act and for the product security specifically, we will have a lot of work going ahead on standardization. It is absolutely key to making sure that it's simple to implement the CRA for our businesses. So we need to have good, solid European standards in place. So we're working now on standardization requests. We will work with the European standardizations organizations to have them in place. But for us, a very large part of the work there will be on really creating standardization. We will also do a review of the Cybersecurity Act. So this really means that we will be looking at how does certification work in Europe, how do we make it work better, and we will be engaging in a review on this, and of course also of ENISA, our cybersecurity agency, which is also on the slide, so I should probably have mentioned it, which is of course an absolute key player when it comes to cybersecurity in Europe. Another aspect which I think everyone should be interested in and needs to start getting interested in if they're not is on how artificial intelligence impacts the job we're doing. I'm not saying it necessarily needs to be something that would be regulated from our side or that we need an initiative on, but it's something that on our side we're starting to get very interested in understanding, both in terms of offensive capabilities used against us, but also in terms of enhancing our defense. Of course, the Cyber Shield, so the SOC project, is very much working around the concept of being able to actually use together artificial intelligence to enhance our cyber defense. But I think overall there are many different aspects of artificial intelligence that I would advocate that everyone in this room and beyond would really start to care about. The other part we also need to start thinking about is quantum computing. What does that mean for cryptography? What does that mean for our encryption standards and the requirements we have that you have to, of course, ensure state-of-the-art encryption. So here, work on the standards are ongoing. But I think it's also important to start reflecting on how do we get our critical infrastructure, how do we get everyone ready for when the standards are there? You know, what is the homework we need to do so far? So these are some of the things where, you know, it's not necessarily going to be in my team that we will be doing anything on this, but it's something that I think as a cybersecurity community in Europe that we need to start thinking about. And I think I will stop here and then also hopefully get some questions from the audience or above. Thank you.
Yes, so there are questions indeed coming in from menti.com where you can use this number and then you have to access a nice small window where you can type your question. And there are some questions indeed. So let me I'm not picking one. Let's start with the first one. Could you please comment on the implications that Cyber Resilience Act will have on developers within EU and outside the EU offering non-commercial products like language libraries? So is there any implications? How do you see it?
Yeah. So what's very important to say about the Cyber Resilience Act is that it is classic EU product legislation, which means that it only looks at products that are placed on the market, as we say in EU language, which means that it is products that are commercial. It's part of a commercial activity. So that means that, for instance, if you are a part of a project that is a non-commercial project, and here I'm thinking, for instance, this is clearly the case for open source. I mean, we see a lot of open source projects like this. Then if it's a non-commercial activity, you would not be covered by the scope of the CRA. If you are part of a commercial activity, of course, then you would have to take this into account. Another thing, actually, also for these kind of non-commercial projects, I think what is interesting as well is that with the CRA, we have this, in our proposal, we put in this due diligence obligation for the integrators, which we hope will also help improve the security of these products because of the non-commercial products of what's being integrated, because that means that if you're a company and you're integrating components like this, you will also need to ensure the security of them. So you will have to also carry out, because overall, of course, we have to have every aspect of the product needs to be checked, but only the commercial ones.
Perfect, thank you. Now, this next one might be related, but you are about to decide if this touches the same issue. What products will be CRA impact? What are the applicability criteria? Or is the Act applied to just anything that is available publicly?
Yeah, so as I said before, the scope of the Cyber Resilience Act is very big. Basically, we're covering any hardware or software which is sold in the EU. Or when I mean sold, it's being placed on the market, as we say. So it's either where the manufacturer will get some money for it, but it can also be part of a wider commercial activity. So all these products will be coming under the scope of the CRA. There are some exemptions. For instance, cars are exempt from it. Why? Because we already have a regulation in place for cars specifically, where there are cybersecurity. Is that the cars as
the hardware, or you mean like the software on board the car?
So everything.
Okay.
Encompassed, because what we have under the car regulation, I call it, it probably has a fancy name, but what we have under the car regulation is we look at, we basically screened all the legislation in the EU, the product legislation, and we looked at where do they already have cybersecurity requirements, which are as good as what we're going to propose. So in order to avoid that some sectors would have double requirements, we said, these sectors are outside the scope because you already have things.
Because there are some safety
requirements. They already have the requirements. We see them in it. But for the vast part of hardware and software, so connectable hardware and software, it would be within the scope of the CRA, as long as it's part of a commercial activity.
Perfect. The questions keep coming in, but I'm a little bit short of time, so I will pick one. Can you mention one example of successful cooperation between EU and NATO in terms of cybersecurity? So have you had any cases you are allowed to speak of?
So I must say I'm relatively new in this position, so I can certainly speak mainly on what we're doing ourselves. I mean, what we have with NATO, and I think it also goes back to our cyber defense policy, it is an area where we're growing closer to each other, and we're cooperating more and more. So it's certainly something that's, let's say, improving in these years. We actually had a very good specific product that came out this summer, which we did with NATO, and I can speak freely about that because it's publicly available on the website, where we carried out a joint assessment. So we had a joint assessment for the 4 big critical sectors that are relevant both to military but also civilian. So basically energy, transport, digital infrastructure and space. Here we engaged with NATO, and we had the discussions and, also try to share the picture of where we see risks and so on. And this is something that has been made publicly available now. But there are so many fields where engaging with NATO just makes sense, because in cyberspace, what is military, what is civilian, critical infrastructure. It's often that our critical infrastructure, as with the four sectors, are highly relevant for military purposes as well. So there's just a lot of fields where we can cooperate in still.
Perfect. Christian, I have to thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
And a nice little souvenir from the organizers. So there's a mystery box for you. And a very special coin, if you will.
Oh, yes.
Now, coins are popular, so this one is rather big. It's rather hard to steal that one without noticing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A nice applause one more time. We are ready for our second panel discussion today. And as I mentioned before, our panelists, unfortunately, are not able to see many questions. So you will be given a chance at the end of the conversation to ask questions verbally from the audience. We will have a microphone. Just raise your hand and we will bring it to you. Good. Let me welcome Mihails Potapovs, the moderator of our next session. He is a head of EU Cybersecurity Affairs section from Ministry of Defense, Latvia. A warm welcome means a nice applause. Thank you. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. I am very glad to see you all in such a large number. So today we would like to talk to you about the NCCs. What are the NCCs? Let me tell you a little story. So 2 years ago, the European Parliament and the Council have adopted a regulation 2021/887, which created the European Cybersecurity Competence Center and established a network of national coordination centers in each member state. Well, while that might sound very, very bureaucratic, there is also a real added value because it's a completely new format for cooperation in the area of cybersecurity, which is currently being developed. The plan is, the general plan is that this network would contribute to building cybersecurity skills, competencies, capacities, capabilities throughout the European Union. So, and today I'm glad to welcome 5 distinguished panelists who are leaders in their countries working with NCC issues. They are either heads of NCCs or directors in their respective agencies, working also with NCC issues. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Lauri Tankler, who is the head of Research and Development Coordination at NCC Estonia. Lauri is a former journalist and a teacher, but for the last 5 years he was working on cyber incident analysis, awareness raising and developing ideas to boost cybersecurity competences not only in Estonia but across the European Union as well. So welcome, Lauri. Our next speaker is Toon Hirt. He's head of, yes please, applause ladies and gentlemen. Toon is head of the National Coordination Center of Luxembourg at the Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity. Toon has many talents actually, because I have met him at the Locked Shields exercise last year when we participated together in the legal team of Latvia and Luxembourg. So he's a lawyer, but he also has a background in international and cybersecurity law, but also in cyber defense and other related areas. Our next speaker is Christopher Karsberg. Welcome. Christopher he works at the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency, MSB, as coordinator for the NCC Sweden. Christopher also has a background from the EU Cybersecurity Agency, ENISA, and from the Swedish telecom regulator, PTS. And our next speaker is Inga Suunalaitiene from Lithuania. Welcome, Inga. Inga is head of cybersecurity and IT policy group at the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense. She has over 10 years of experience working in different positions within the Ministry of Defense, and she was, before joining her current position, working at the Lithuanian permanent representation to the EU as defense counselor. Welcome, Inga. And last but not least is Jukka-Pekka Juutinen, who is director at the NCSC Finland. Welcome. Jukka-Pekka has 16 years of experience in working as public servant in the field of electronic communications, identification services, and cybersecurity. Welcome. So let me start by asking some general questions regarding how your NCCs operate in your respective countries. What is the current status of implementation of the European regulation establishing the NCCs, and each country, of course, has its own model how they implement their respective projects with the help of the Digital Europe program. And my first question goes to Lauri. Because the Estonian Digital Europe program is actually quite unique, your project, because you have not only started implementing it half a year before the rest of us, but also you have a quite unique FSTP scheme. So for those who don't know, FSTP is financial support for third parties. It's the funding that is channeled from the Digital Europe program to the member states' NCCs to support uptake and dissemination of innovative cybersecurity solutions in small and medium enterprises and so on. Estonia is unique because your program, FSTP program, is actually not only looking at small and medium enterprises, but also startups. You have this accelerator program. Could you tell a little bit more about it?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having us here on the panel. I would step back a little bit about unique and, before everybody else and all those kinds of things. There a whole lot of other member states have been doing a lot of work in this as well. And I actually don't really know exactly at what point of time somebody started, and somebody was maybe probably earlier than us. But thanks for the good words. This acronym NCCs, it may sound actually just another acronym to be put into the addition of national cybersecurity centers and Estonian information system authorities and RIA and NCC, NCSC, all those kinds of things. They may actually confuse a lot of people who would be our clients or our constituents or who we are working with. The main point that I want to emphasize here is when you were listening to the previous speaker here, this whole system of European initiatives, and the previous speaker very well said that it needs to be implemented. The implementation of all of these different initiatives that come from Europe, it needs to be done on a very local context, in a very local level. So it may be that the Estonian cybersecurity issues and our challenges are very much different from the Lithuanians or the Swedes or the Luxembourg or the Finns or Latvia's even though we are very, very similar, or even in a very similar region. We have a big bad neighbor to the east, and there's something that is impacting all of us. And cybersecurity knows no borders, so we need some things are similar. So with this being the context, our Estonian Information System Authority has been dealing with cyber capacity building or competence building for a long time. This is not something new. The European initiative has helped us add one more layer on top of what we're already doing. We're trying to build awareness among, the Estonian society for ages. We're preparing standards, and we're trying to get companies either who are the NIS subjects, or maybe even those who are not the subjects, to comply with some things altogether. But the NCCs and the initiative has brought us a little bit of funding to address some challenges that we hadn't had before, such as startups and capacities for companies that actually may need cybersecurity assessments, and maybe they haven't had very good funding available for them to do that. That brings me to what we do in Estonia. So we do exactly this. The startup thing is pretty important for us, so that we saw this whole ecosystem of cybersecurity, private sector, who are doing all these things, but there's not a lot of room for innovation when everybody's trying to give their best in providing the best services to the sector. And even though Estonia is maybe also known for startup culture, and maybe some of you drove here on a boat, and this is all Estonian, initiated somewhere, we still don't have this specific idea of how to encourage the cybersecurity workers and researchers to actually bring their new ideas and their products to market. So we thought that this would be a very good way to actually get this European initiative to help us boost this capacity, this competence into something more actionable, so it could actually help us. This is not the only thing we're doing. Of course, we're looking at the lack of specialists as a whole. We're addressing it in our own way. We're looking at the lack of women and girls in the field. So we're paying a lot of attention to encouraging young women to actually pick this specialty as a career path. So camps for girls and training as well. We're looking at research, the same thing that was discussed here earlier, security of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So we've working together with Estonian research companies and institutions to actually procure some of these reports, so that people and companies who are implementing their own machine learning systems would do that more securely. They wouldn't just go about just like implementing it just like because they can. And so, and the third thing is to strengthen the market in that way that the cybersecurity vendors would have a healthy competition going on. So we would put a soft standard of providing maybe an assessment, cybersecurity assessment, so that if I'm like, for example, I'm a head of a building company, and I could go around and ask everybody, all these cybersecurity vendors for one specific thing, and then I could compare prices, who does it better, and then it would create a healthy cybersecurity market. I know this is, a long time already. I'm leaving everybody else to say the same thing. But the overall goal is to actually increase the practical competence, the practical capability, the capacity to provide these services and create a healthy market.
Yeah. Thank you, Lauri. I think that is a great example for all of us. Estonia is doing very great. in all of these questions. You mentioned strengthening the market. In that regards, I have a question for Toon. In your opinion, when strengthening cybersecurity capacities across sectors, how do you design solutions that would fill market gaps and at the same time stimulate the market? Has Luxembourg thought about it?
Yes, so first, thank you for the invitation. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here about our NCC project. So when it comes to this question in Luxembourg, we started thinking about it around the year 2000. So it has really been a very long way. And Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity, of which I'm part of, and who is also doing the NCC for Luxembourg. The idea was always to stimulate our economy. We are an agency of the Ministry of Economy, to protect it in the same time. And what we do, for example, as NCC, is first analyze market gaps. Then we try to find people to fill these gaps. And if we don't find them, we start providing solutions our own. So we do it on an open source model. So then we create solutions like, can give an example, what we are developing under the NCC is Open Execo. It's an open ecosystem framework that we developed under open source license, which can be implemented in every country. So it provides a framework for companies. You can apply for funding, of which I will talk about later as well. You can share news, and you have a broad view on the ecosystem in Luxembourg. We already shared it with other NCCs that are currently also implementing this solution, so that shows also this kind of cooperation we are trying to create on the European level. When it comes to challenges for NCCs, because that's one of the main topics of our discussion today, I see the main challenge in balancing the European aspect and the national aspect. For example, you gave the example of Estonia. We have different problems, but a lot of problems are also the same. And then to discuss them on a European level and coordinate and do this implementation phase, that is the real challenge. And we are working on the implementation of the NCC now for 2 years. We figured out our financial support system. So to give a brief explanation, I think the main idea is to leave this dynamic of you have these big European projects for which you need a lot of experience, of staff, of reporting requirements. You need to plan a full project. And this FSTP is the European Commission that gives money to the NCCs for projects, but very small projects. So local companies, they can apply at the NCC for like a general limit is 60,000 euros of those projects. What we identified is really to foster the creation of startups. We are also planning on creating an incubator in Luxembourg, also at the Luxembourg House of Security, to have like a main place for it all. And also to strengthen cyber capacities within SMEs, and not only cybersecurity SMEs. For example, training projects, e-learning platforms development, that are like some examples.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's great examples, and lots of these issues are also planned in our countries as well. In Latvia, we have similar approaches, and you mentioned the cybersecurity ecosystem, and an important aspect of coordinating this cybersecurity ecosystem, navigating, is the cybersecurity competence community, yes, established also under this regulation. And I have a question for Christopher. How do you build your cybersecurity competence community in Sweden, and how do you keep them engaged?
Thank you, and thanks for inviting us all here to this NCC panel. the National Coordination Center, the NCC, is the link between the European level and the national level. So one of our main missions is to promote the European programs and also to bring back the national priorities back to the EU level. And we also have a pedagogic role to sort of give advice and help when it comes to applying for European programs. And one important part of this is the community. And this is also one of all of our tasks, to build the national community. And like Laurie said, we don't start from scratch. There are communities already, and it's important not to sort of duplicate, and if you can. So this is what we have done. We have started a cooperation with the Swedish Cybernode, which is run by RISE, the Research Institute, and we have a tight cooperation with them. We commission them to perform the duties of running the Swedish competence community, and we do that in very tight cooperation with them. And the members are building up. We have 170 member organizations at the moment from different parts of the community. It's both suppliers, research, academia, but also the stakeholders that demand and are in need of cybersecurity solutions. Because this is an arena where you need to exchange needs and possibilities and solutions. So that is what we are trying to develop now, an arena for exchange. And on this arena, we also have subgroups, thematic groups that are born from the interest of the members of the community. So it could be about, we have 10 different groups. One could be about supply chain security, another one about Internet of Things, OT security, things that are on top of people's minds and they need to collaborate on. And we, through this community, we have roundtables, we do matchmaking events, and one important role for us is to have writing sessions where we can help applicants with advice when they're into their applications, for instance, very hands-on. So what we see that the community members need, I mean, they need advice. The European programs and calls and applications can be, I mean, not bureaucratic, well, maybe bureaucratic, but they are tough to get onto, and we can help them with support, and we can also actually we can finance the planning process of this of applications that they can apply for. And one important part for them is to get connected. I mean, that is really one big incentive for this. But then there are other initiatives going on. Cyber Campus Sweden is building up, and we are connecting with them. They are performing things. They perform research. They will be performing research and educational activities and hubs for inventions. And we have the European Digital Innovation Hubs, that is also a type of groups that we are connecting with. So it's a lot about connecting what is existing at the moment.
Thank you. I think that's very important to facilitate the stakeholder engagement and to keep the community engaged. It is also one of our priorities enshrined in our national cybersecurity strategy to build this community in Latvia for the next 4 years. And yeah, it is basically one of our main tasks here at the Latvian NCC as well. Thank you. Speaking of strategic priorities, one of the core missions of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center and the network of the national coordination centers is to strengthen EU's leadership and strategic autonomy in the area of cybersecurity. I would like to ask Inga, from your personal experience working at the permanent representation of Lithuania to the European Union, working with different EU policies, do you think strategic autonomy could help us strengthen cybersecurity in the EU, and if so, in what way?
Thank you for the question. And good afternoon to all colleagues. My pleasure to join you today. Thank you for those who are still resilient and continue listening to us. Indeed, the question is very valid, and indeed 4 years in Brussels and a lot of hours discussing with this. I hope no French colleagues in the room, or if they are, happy to continue discussion in the corridors. Indeed, just very briefly, in Lithuanian case, NCC is under MOD so far. We decided at the very beginning that we would like to keep it in MOD. In Lithuania, cyber security is concentrated policy in MOD, in Ministry of Defense, and National Cybersecurity Center is also under MOD. However, now since everything is shaped, prepared in consultations and close coordination and cooperation with National Security Center, for sure. As well, we decided to move the NCC from MOD to the center, and we'll be working with colleagues very closely. Of course, it's a little bit unfair because I just joined and got this as a sweet, result of all hard work colleagues who are working already for a year. And hearing colleagues, really, I think we are not so different. We are much more similar in a way, because indeed we also, the main aim and goal is to really build the community of cyber experts, increase the competence, to help the startups to kick off, to develop, and really participate in assisting them in every stage they need us as the government. And now coming back to the question about strategic autonomy, indeed, EU has a task, or set the task for itself to become a global player, what is right, I think, ambition in general, and also set the sentence which says to act autonomously where and when necessary. Where possible, and with partners when necessary. So our thinking nationally is we should think otherwise. We have to work with partners where and when possible, and to act autonomously when really necessary. And I am applying this sentence, this idea, to cybersecurity as well, and thinking about the NCC role and task. Definitely, it can contribute to stronger EU and stronger cybersecurity. We just heard the Commission presentation, how many initiatives are on the table. Are we all satisfied with it? It's a different question. Let's leave it for the other conference. But indeed, the main aim and goal is the same. We have to protect our societies. We have to protect our critical infrastructure, and it leads, we have to protect our state. We have to be more resilient. We have to maybe even think about how to deter, right, the aggressors. But it's also, I think, the topic for another conference. Thinking what strategic autonomy could help us in this sector, we have to really define and be able, as the representatives of the government, and I'm referring because in MOD, NCC, and still it's in our hands, we really have to translate very clearly to our cybersecurity communities, what is our role, right, and NCC has to do it, that this strategic autonomy means not that we want us to work in isolation. It was also mentioned in previous panels. our main idea is that we strengthening our own capacities and capabilities. We want to work with partners, sharing the experience, sharing the knowledge, building the communities together in order in day X be really able to interact together to protect our chain of supply, our societies, our governments, as I said. Lessons from Ukraine, from the Russian war, China's trade battles, or war even, I could say, I think really shows that being one player, despite that it's 27 member states, it's a huge, of course, union. I don't want to underestimate our power. However, connections and interdependencies even, I would say, should be seen in a positive way, because it's desirable. We really have to work together as we're working, supporting Ukraine, and we all becoming stronger and more resilient as EU, as member state, as partner, as ally. So I think our role is really to work with partners and to be stronger together. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you that everything nowadays is interconnected. We cannot work solely on our own without any partners, and we need to cooperate. And cybersecurity capacity building, cybersecurity competence building is one of the areas where we could not only contribute but also gain from cooperation. Thank you. You also, I'm glad that you mentioned cyber resilience, and to build cyber resilience, it is not done very quickly. It is a continuous endeavor. So, speaking of the future, I think that all NCC should have like a vision what they are planning to do in the next few years. So, I would like to ask you, Pekka, what are the main objectives for the Finnish NCC for the next 2 or 3 years? How would you say?
Thanks, Ed. Thanks for the invitation. It's nice to be here. First of all, as a Finnish, we are not so good at applying EU funds or using the resources what the EU is making available for us as EU countries. And secondly, we are not good as in joining cross-border projects. It's not just the field of cybersecurity, but it's all the fields of the economy, all the sectors of the economy in Finland. We are not good at these things. So first of all, what I wish to see in the next 2 to 3 years is that we're going to have a fruitful community. And as you mentioned, it's one of our priority as NCCs. I see it's one of the major tasks which we have. And I hope it's fruitful so that we have a good community with the people who share their knowledge, their know-how, their resources to make new innovations, to make new research, because it's obvious that we need it. Secondly, I would like to see that we can help these stakeholders to join in the EU projects, the cross-border projects, and also to get funding from the EU to these projects. I know it's not easy because, of course, as a NCC, we also have had this funding, EU funding, and have applied the EU funding. And of course, we have now the EU funding in our use, but still it's have been quite a long process. And especially for the small companies, small startups, it's going to be a really heavy task. So, of course, then there is these national fundings which can help more these kind of smaller companies. So the third one is that I hope that we can connect stakeholders in Finland and also in the other countries. And it takes a lot of work to try to find the right people, try to make the connection and so on. And for us as an NCC, it means that we have to have a good relationship with the other NCCs. And for example, this panel is a great opportunity to make these relationships to each other. So these are really basic issues, basic tasks which we have, and it's just the way we have to build these NCCs, starting from the, I would say, from the scratch. We have these kind of networks in every country, but in the end we have to build all the things from the scratch. And it's going to take a couple of years before we can start running our NCCs in full power. And I'm quite happy to say that if we can manage these three main tasks, three obstacles, we're going to have a further cybersecurity ecosystem in the future. But it takes a lot from us.
Yes, thank you. I think that you gave a very good overview of what is waiting all of us in the next couple of years. So a lot of work has to be done. The good thing is that we can learn from each other, we can cooperate. I'm also glad that we will have a meeting of 6 NCCs tomorrow, where we will discuss some important issues related to the NCC functioning and implementation of our projects. Also, I'm hoping to see some of you soon at the NCC network meeting and the governing board of the ECCC in Athens. But now I would like to ask Lauri maybe some reflections regarding what you heard here from other countries. Are there any similarities between of course there are similarities, but maybe what are the differences in approaches between the Estonian approach to implementing NCC functions and the rest of us?
So yeah, I just want to assure all the listeners out there that like despite all this, very high and strategic and policy level, goals and clear visions of how we need to do things together. Most of our things are very practical. We do a lot of very practical things. Don't worry about it. It's not just that we come together and we look at each other and we're like, yes, we need cooperation. We actually do this. It's not something that we just are very eloquent about. But the idea here is for me to also understand that this is not only for me to do cooperation with you, but actually to have these matchmaking and community events and things to go between the Estonian cybersecurity vendors and the Swedish ones, the Estonian cybersecurity researchers and the Finns, and the Lithuanians and the Luxembourgish, or how do you even say Luxembourgish? Luxembourgish, right? And so these are the actual communities that need to interact with each other. It's not just that we feel that maybe us Estonians may not actually be very good at doing this EU funding thing as well. We need to learn this, and it's a small and medium enterprise issue as well. It's not a governmental issue only. It's about actually assisting and providing these smaller grants for these companies to actually get used to applying and then going to a consortium with other companies from other countries to actually provide this capacity. So I'm not sure, like all of you who are in this hall right now, all of you who are watching online, this is your opportunity to actually think that, hey, I am part of this community. Why would you be here if you weren't? And so I am part of this community. I may actually try to find somebody else in our communities or so on. These are the people who are tasked to network, to provide this platform, this NCC platform to make this. And so there's more similarities than differences. But definitely, I think a local context matters a lot, and everyone has their own local context to work with. And I really, this is why I really want to engage with you to understand your local context. so that I can direct our companies to work in your local context as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that's a great point. Toon, a very quick remark regarding what you heard here today.
So also to continue with your idea about the local context, I think we have different local contexts, but we face the same challenges. So we have the same problems, and there comes this community into play, where it will play an important role to bring those different national ecosystems on a common platform. So that's one reaction. Then another thing, I also wanted to give some practical examples of what the NCC Luxembourg does already. So what we see the NCC as a continuation of activities, of a lot of activities that started before. So we have our competence center, and we connect NCC activities with it. So for example, we have the European Cybersecurity Month, which is taking place right now. We are now charged as NCC to do this, will be later this month. It's the European Cybersecurity Challenge, where we actively coordinate with high schools in Luxembourg about the future talents, which is one of the most important missions in capacity building. So that's another NCC mission. What we do as well, we have something we call Be Secure in Luxembourg. So the mission is really of Be Secure to create awareness and provide help to especially young people, young adults, and senior people. What we offer as NCC is a place in Luxembourg where they can come, where they get advice on issues when they have been hacked or cyber stalking issues. And we as NCC, we provide them first a space, and second, also support in advice in drafting contracts for them. We even then collaborate with our CERT, with Circle, which is also part of Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity, to check their machines, for example, to see, is there still someone inside your machine or not? Is it safe to use? So I really see it about the combination of a lot of things, and that can be the power of the NCCs. Yeah. To really be like this player in between.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I think a lot of points actually that you mentioned are exactly the program of our NCCs. So I think that there is a lot more similarities between each member states than there are differences. Christopher, do you agree?
Yes, I do. And someone mentioned the NCC network. We are part of a network of NCCs, and one big mission for that is to exchange experiences, and that is really important, because the way you implement the regulation, because this is an EU regulation, to have European competence, cybersecurity competence center that we will hear about after this panel, and then the network of NCCs. And we are now connecting the dots in Sweden, and especially we're now concentrating on trying to reach out locally throughout Sweden, and we cannot do everything ourselves. We need to do one-to-many kinds of structures with science parks and other types of constellations that we have today. But then the next thing is to connect this with the European level, and that is to be done for all of us. And while this is being built now, it's about promoting this and incentivizing the benefit of participating in the European competence community, which is being built up, and having this European arena for networking, for matchmaking, and exchanging of experiences. And concretely, Horizon Europe, for instance, demands cross-border consortia in many calls. So this European community will be an arena for this. So we are here for you, like Lauri said. If you are Swedish, company or organization, just reach out to us, because we all represent our different member states, and to be in the national community, you go to your national coordination center, and then you can get into the European community.
Just to say, if you are Swedish, you can also reach out to Estonia, by the way, and we'll find a partner for you for this Horizon. So this is also one of the contact point things there.
Exactly.
You know, this is why we're doing this as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, basically you can reach out to any of us.
What I was saying was only to be a member of the competence community, because for that reason you need to go through your NCC. Yeah. But for corporations, definitely reach out to where you are.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you very much. Inga, what are your reflections on what you heard here today?
Yeah, I will go very briefly because I think colleagues covered most of main messages, but the main is really that we are open, accessible, and we can provide knowledge, assistance, money. We'll see, but definitely will advise how to get it. So I think these three things, which I think we are expected from from us, we worked and set up all the framework and our tasks that we could really help in these three. All activities we do maybe a little bit different, but at the same time very similar, because the mission, goal, and tasks are the same. So yeah, and definitely the cooperation among us, international cooperation. What I started was my previous intervention, working together, working with partners in the Euro-Atlantic arena as well, should not be the limit here for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jukka-Pekka, any particular aspects you would like to highlight, for example, or any advice you would like to give to the audience?
Yeah, I was wondering, is there anything left? But I come back to what Lauri said, that first of all, it's not that we as an NCC personnel contact each other and networking with each other. It's about the stakeholders who are in the field of cybersecurity, that they contact each other and networking each other. And the big question for us as NCCs is how we do this, how we make them to contact each other, how we can help them to contact each other, and so on. And as Christopher said, that we are kind of beginning of our journey as NCCs. So every help from other NCCs is always welcome, because it's just as stupid try to find out everything by yourself.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Please, there is a microphone.
Okay, so as you were talking about the cybersecurity skills, and also about the corporations, but I have a question. A lot of international students visit these countries for cybersecurity masters or bachelor's degrees. What are the countries doing for them to retain those students, those talents, and what are these countries doing to further bring more talent from other countries? As I've also seen a lot of people doing cybersecurity courses and then going out of these countries to other countries, because some say that we don't have any opportunities there, some say that there are language barriers, and some say that we couldn't get a job. So what are the countries doing for that?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Who would like to answer this question?
I'll have a go. So this is exactly why we need to strengthen this, cybersecurity sector in, for example, in Estonia and in all our European countries as well, so that the talents that come to us who study cybersecurity wouldn't be hired or basically paid off by some American companies, and they would actually go to a very, very high salary job somewhere in the United States, and then we would basically lose them as talent. This is a big strategic goal. So any of these smaller projects or interventions that the NCCs have are only maybe a tiny fraction of what countries and nations do on their own. So for example, like, we're not actually building skills in Estonia, our universities are. We're not building skills as an NCC, you know, our talent pool is, you know, also the Taltech, they have this, also the Estonian Cybersecurity Challenge, they provide this platform and everything like that. And so what we can do is provide a better ecosystem for you to be hired in Estonia if some of our companies are stronger and have, you know, like a better client pool or have better export opportunities, then they have a better way to actually hire you if this is there. There's not always a need for the a state to actually intervene in this market, but sometimes there is. And so what we can do in this, you know, intervention, and what we have been doing in Estonia, is taking this small resource to make sure that the startups get some funding so that they would stay in Estonia for a while. That the companies who are providing cybersecurity services, they would have enough clients so that they could retain personnel for some time. So there's a whole lot of moving pieces here. I'm not saying that, you know, hey, we have this one, you know, like project to get people outside of EU to stay in EU, but this is the whole, like, strengthening the capacity and strategic autonomy. This is why we're doing this. This is the whole idea behind it.
Yes, please.
Just to add, one task which we as NCCs have is to connect different stakeholders, and in this question it's universities, research institutes, and also the cybersecurity companies, so that the cybersecurity companies can be heard what they have to have, what kind of skills they should have in the future. And this is about the connection between the different stakeholders and discussion with each other.
Thank you. Yes, Tun.
So I think it's not a one-size-fits-all solution to this problem. It's a very broad problem. What we as NCC can do in there is a very small part. It's this coordination part. Mm-hmm. But for example, if I take the Luxembourg example, you have the university which collaborates very closely with another government agency that is called Lux Innovation. So this already provides a forum where they can meet, where they can get ideas, where startups can be created. We work together with them when it comes to cybersecurity. We are involved in a lot of high school programs, and like the bachelor, the cybersecurity master in Luxembourg. So also to inform them about possibilities in our local ecosystem. So that will be one of the tasks an NCC could do within this broad problem.
Yes, thank you very much. I think in Latvia as well, one of the activities on the NCC is to develop the national cybersecurity education and skills roadmap for the next couple of years. We have been working together with universities, and we are glad that 3 major universities that provide cybersecurity training in Latvia, they are part of our national cybersecurity community. So we cooperate very closely with them, also in different community settings. And I think that's one of the key directions where the NCC should develop further. And there is a lot of work to do. Thank you very much for the question. Unfortunately, there is not much time left for the questions from the audience, so we would be very pleased to answer all of your questions during the coffee break. Just a little ending remark, maybe because here we all are a community, and the tasks of the NCC is to support the cybersecurity competence community. I would like to ask all of you very sincerely, your organizations, to join the cybersecurity competence communities in each of our member states. together we form a European cybersecurity competence community, which is the key platform for cooperation. And you will not only gain valuable information because we communicate on a regular basis with our community members. We inform them of different events and activities. For example, what is happening during the European Cybersecurity Month, which conferences are there, how they can participate. But also you can participate, you can make a contribution to shaping the cybersecurity policy of your country and of the European Union as a whole. In the next planning periods, there will be, of course, some support programs from the European Union. The cybersecurity competence community is one of the formats that could shape how these support programs will look like in the future. So if you need support, you go to us, the national coordination centers, the NCCs, and you ask how you can participate, how we can help you. So thank you very much. Do you have any last comments? If not, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. And I would like to give you a little gift.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobel ceremony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good one. Thank you. Thank you. That was Michails Patapos with his paddle. A very competitive, skilled people, worked many, many years in the area, are coming together to bring, actually create and collaborate within these competence centers. And obviously it requires, you know, budgets, capacity, resources, collaboration, and of course accumulated knowledge. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I dismiss you for a coffee break. This hall commences at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much. Enjoy a coffee. These coffee breaks are amazing. There's so many people to meet. There are so many open people. You can basically talk to anyone. And these events are great for meeting the ones you have met previously. Some of them you have met, I don't know, for 10 years, because CyberChess is the 10th time. So this is the 10th CyberChess, the Jubilee CyberChess. Time is, like, as always, pressing. We move on. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome on the stage Katarzyna Prusa-Gorniak, European Cybersecurity Competence Center, and she is Deputy Chair of the Governing Board. Please welcome. A nice applause, please. Perfect. Nicer applause. Much better. With a mission to increase global competitiveness of Union's cybersecurity industry, her presentation will focus on latest developments of ECCC and NAC network. And I hope I spelled that correct.
Yes, perfectly.
Good. The stage is yours.
So first of all, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. I will start with telling that I have two hats, in fact. My main hat is being the head of the digital unit in the Polish Parliament representation in Brussels. And I'm also a cyber attaché, so I've been either negotiating or I'm still negotiating on Polish behalf all the legislation that probably Christiane described you in the morning in her presentation. And I also have the other hat as presented. I'm the Vice Chair of the Governing Board of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. And I hope that this name already popped up many times. It did in the previous panel of the NCCs. And thank you and congratulations for the organizer to include the topic of the NCCs and cooperation within the center in the merits of the conference. It's very important that we spread knowledge about the center, which still is, I think, not that commonly known. So I would first start with maybe some general information to somehow order the knowledge that you have. Well, it was already mentioned that the center was created by the regulation, and we have this central structure, umbrella structure, with the seat in Bucharest. This is an entity with the legal personality, and if any of you would like to engage in building cybersecurity industry and research, this is the perfect place for you to work. I think they are still looking for the best employees from the EU, so please be welcomed to check the website of the center. And together with the central entity, the center, also each member state is obliged to designate one national coordination center. So we have 27 national coordination centers, which together they form a so-called network. The regulation also states about building the cybersecurity community with all the stakeholders that are active at the national level regarding research, industry, and academia, or any other cybersecurity topics, but I will tell about this later. So about the center itself, well, the center has two sets of taskings, and the first is these are strategic taskings, and the strategic task first of all was to set an agenda about which this is a strategic document, strategy, about which I will tell in details further on, but also to support cooperation between different union institutions. Of course, I guess you already seen this picture, how many different entities we have in the, let's say, European framework. So the first and foremost agency with which the center has to cooperate and already is cooperating, it's ENISA, European Agency for Cybersecurity. There are observers in our governing board and very active in different endeavors that we are now making. But other, which is also stated that we should seek for synergies between civil and military sphere. So also European Defence Agency is the institution with which the center should cooperate. And already there are ongoing negotiations to have a cooperation agreement with EDA. With ENISA it was already signed. And also the center, of course, foresees the task concerning managing and easing the life of the network and making the network to work. From the most important, I guess, for now, are the implementation tasks, where the center is responsible for the implementation of the Digital Europe program, the cyber part. So you can expect, or there were calls, and there are already calls from the cyber debt part, where different endeavors when it comes to cybersecurity can be financed from European funds. So I also welcome you to visit the website of the Digital Europe program, when you can find all the information about the ongoing calls. And of course, the center also is to present the network, the center itself, and make sure that the framework as established in the regulation works. Shortly about the national coordination centers, but I guess after the presentation that was done in the panel before, unfortunately I couldn't be before you due to my flight schedule, which would probably make more sense, but now, as I already said, there's in each member state there's one NCC. Some representatives of the NCCs you have met during the previous panel. Well, the NCCs are to serve as the national points of contact, to gather the community, to gather input from the community, and from the, let's say, bottom-up approach, pass this government, the national level input to the center, and then together with our colleagues from member states discuss how this could be aligned and what could be the common vision. And also what is important, as was already mentioned, the NCCs can get support and then pass this support to other entities and organize calls. And I guess in many member states this is already being done, as they have already signed some agreements with the center, and there is a possibility to further on transfer those funds. What was not mentioned here is another instrument that we have in the Digital Europe program. These are European Digital Innovation Hubs, which also were established in some member states, and it was also an open call from the Digital Europe program. And some of those European Digital Innovation Hubs also in their tasks have the support for the entities when it comes to also cybersecurity. So this is crucial that at the national level, if in a member state there is a European Digital Innovation Hub, the National Coordination Center should have close ties and links with such EDIC to make sure that there's no duplication of efforts, that there's full alignment, to make sure that well, we don't spend the money for exactly the same reason, and maybe sometimes also make some not aligned tasks. When it comes to community, hopefully soon all the NCCs will open the calls to accept the members of the community. On the slide you can see the general groups of entities that can apply to become the members of the community. This process will be done through the NCC, so you have to very carefully look at the websites of each of your NCC, and then at the NCC where the entity is established, file an application which will be assessed by the NCC, and then if the assessment is positive, it will be sent to the Center for the registration. As I said, this is an ongoing process. In many, it was said before at the previous panel, we are indeed at the beginning of our journey, even though it's already 2 years. But it took time to make sure that all the processes are in place, and as this was a new endeavor, unfortunately it had to last so long. And also to mention that to ease the cooperation when it comes to between the NCCs, well, in fact, in Poland we started a very good tradition. It was this year in March, to have NCC Day, when we can gather all the NCCs at one place and also enable colleagues to meet in person, hopefully, and exchange best practices, their experiences and ideas how to support the entities at the national level and also what to do at the European level. Also, the regulation foresees establishment of an advisory group, which will be concrete people chosen from the members of the community, and their role will be to advise the executive director, but also the governing board when it comes to all the strategic decisions. Well, to say a few words about, I think, the most important document that we've been very hard working on, with some colleagues present in the room, also present in the previous panel. This was the strategic agenda, which is foreseen by the regulation to enable member states to define in one strategic document what are our main goals and recommendations when it comes to the development of the European cybersecurity, industrial, technological and research sector. The agenda was adopted in March this year after a long process of consultations and internal discussions within the work groups with the involvement of all the NCCs. And I would like to draw your attention to the impact statements that are in this strategic agenda, because I don't think this is a commonly known knowledge about the document, about the agenda itself. And also the agenda should give input to the strategic planning of the Digital Europe program, even though it's not binding because of the rules of the Digital Europe program, but still giving thoughts gathered from all the 27 member states, what in fact should be, how in fact the funds from Digital Europe program should be given. So the first impact statement concerns European SMEs and the support for the SMEs through this mechanism of cascade funding, which I mentioned. This cascading funding mechanism is a mechanism when an NCC gets money from the center and then can further on at the national level give the money to the entities applying. And I think it was the Netherlands who did it first, and they the amount was being used in more than 1 day. There was such a big need, and so many applications were sent that this was very quickly solved. And hopefully we are meeting next week, in fact, on the 10th, on the 11th in Athens. And one of the topic of discussion is indeed to learn the best practices and exchange how we use the cascade funding mechanism to really put in practice our impact statement that we coordinate in this way. And why is the date 2027 here mentioned? Because this is the date of this financial perspective when and the funds of the Digital Europe program are until 2025. And also in the agenda, together with the impact statements, there are some concrete actions, a list of actions that we should consider as as priorities, but then you have to also taking into consideration how much it is, how much resources you possess. You have to still find priorities within priorities. So for the first impact statement, the actions concern processes and tools for managing cybersecurity information and risk management. And in this action, there are already some calls, which I will talk about later in the realms of the Cyber Solidarity Act, because this is the call for the Security Operational Center platforms, and also the call for SOCs. And we also have actions to support secure and resilient hardware and software systems. Of course, the agenda document is available. It's a publicly available document. We can find it at the ECCC website. The second impact statement concerns, of course, skills and the cybersecurity professional workforce. It goes without saying, and I guess after Christiana's presentation, you see how much we have now to implement. It was already said, and I fully subscribe to the statement, that this is time to focus on the implementation, and we need people who will be ready, have skills, knowledge to implement this legislation. And for this, we all know how much we are missing. And it's not only, I don't know if Christiana only said about cybersecurity legislation, namely NIS2, which is the main legal act now to implement, CRA in the pipeline, which will be Cyber Resilience Act with the cybersecurity requirements for IoT, which will be a huge game changer for the market, for which for what they have to prepare. The CSA with all the cybersecurity schemes. Thankfully, finally, the EUCC, the scheme for common criteria, was published for consultations, I think, yesterday. So also, if you didn't see it yet, please check it out. But we have other. We have the, of course, CSA, the whole framework with the certification, and ENISA. We have the center itself as the vehicle for cybersecurity financing. But we should also not forget about digital legislation, namely Digital Services Act, Digital Governance Act, Data Act. EIDAS change with the introductions of new trust services, and also European Identity Wallet, which personally think this would be something that really will change the face of the digitalization in EU, and also AI Act. And these all with the Spanish presidency wants to finish all the negotiations, especially on the AI. So we can expect that lately this year, at the end of this year or the beginning of the next year, they will be published and they will come into force. And also another legislation that maybe sometimes forgotten is the regulation for EU IBAS, so European institutions, agencies and bodies, that we also adopted, and it will be published, I guess, the end of this year, which states all the requirements for the institutions very similar to those that we have for entities in the NIS2. So also the institutions will need to strengthen their capabilities when it comes to skills. That's why it was quite obvious why to put this impact statement. And the actions on the slide, you can see what are the actions foreseen in the agenda. And this is also development of cybersecurity skills, education and professional training, and also cybersecurity skills framework and competence assessment. And I think the works on the European cybersecurity skills framework, I hope everyone in the room knows what it is. If not, please go to the ENISA website and check it. It's a very important tool to align somehow the skills framework, what we have in cybersecurity. Now ENISA has started the review of the skills framework to adapt to all the changes, and also to prepare the changes that are needed when you see how it is, this goes into implementation. And the third impact statement is, as I already said, we have many actions and many ideas in the agenda. So to now know which should be prioritized and or which we focus on in a different periods, then we need also an action plan. And we are currently together with colleagues, also those colleagues sitting in the room, involved in a work group in the governing board, who is tasked with preparing such an action plan, and hopefully until the beginning of the next year we will be ready to present. This will be another more operationalized document to feed into the strategic planning of the Digital Europe program. I'm sorry, it stopped working. Okay, so here, these are the actions as foreseen by the, for the third impact statement. But minding the time, I would switch to the next draft. Well, I guess you have already heard about Solidarity Act from Christiane, but I have put it in especially on the slide because it has some strong links with the center, because in fact it foresees a lot more taskings for the center, but of course also somehow makes decisions on how the money from the European funding when it comes to cybersecurity should be spent. So we have three elements in the Cyber Solidarity Act. We have pan-European infrastructure of national and cross-border SOCs, and this is already being implemented by the center using the possibility of the calls. There are 3 consortia working on this on preparing the platforms. We have also cyber emergency mechanism when the center will be responsible to implement the first dot and the last one. So not the EU Cybersecurity Reserve, but strengthening preparedness by testing entities, and also giving financial support for mutual assistance between member states. And the reserve is to be implemented by the Commission together with ENISA. And of course, the still discussion on this act is ongoing, and we've been discussing this within the remits of the Council. One last, we've been talking a lot of skills, and I guess in every single panel that I attend lately or that I hear, everyone is telling that the skills are an issue. And this is a challenge that we really have to approach and find a good solution. So the proposal from the European Commission, how to tackle this issue, was the communication about the Cybersecurity Skills Academy. But also the center and the work group, this time 5, which is dedicated especially on skills, was very much involved in the, let's say, pre-consultations in what in fact will be in the communication and how member states can approach this topic. So it's also a very good example of a good cooperation between the center and also the Commission colleagues. So the communication foresees that Academy, Cybersecurity Skills Academy, this would be a virtual platform, a single entry point for cybersecurity education trainings, offers and funding opportunities. And there are 4 pillars. First, to stimulate the stakeholders to take actions, then better channel and better channeling and visibility of European funds. And there is a strong role for the center. Currently, there's a mapping ongoing with involvement of all NCCs to list all the possible fundings on the national level, but also from the Commission side at the EU level, to see what funding we have, and then when we do the mapping, then we will try to draw some conclusions how to better use them and how to better inform people about the possibilities that there are. Because it happens like this, that for so many years, a lot of projects have been already done. So the first step in our case is also to do the mapping, to make sure that we don't do the things that were already done, and we don't duplicate the ideas that there are already been. And also, the next pillar is fostering knowledge generation through education and training. And also, and here there's a huge role for the ECSF with the leading role of ENISA in this pillar to make sure that the ECSF is operationalized. And hopefully, there was a very good conference 2 weeks ago in Segovia about exactly the cybersecurity, European cybersecurity skills framework, and ENISA has really ambitious plans to operationalize the ECSF and also make sure that they align, because ENISA is of course under Connect, but the whole skills framework, or general skills frameworks, is in DG Employ, so they make sure that there is mapping also, and the mapping with the general skills framework, and that this is seen by the general skills framework. And the last tasking also for the for ENISA is to define indicators to monitor market evolution and assessing effectiveness for the skills of cybersecurity professionals. And here ENISA will prepare the draft also, and will consult with all the NCCs, and on the basis of their input prepare the indicators, and also then when measuring, also the knowledge gathering will come from the NCCs. So first step, Commission wants to use the Digital Skills and Jobs platform, but I guess next Wednesday again we will be discussing together with the colleagues how indeed make sure that we choose the best instrument to operationalize the Cybersecurity Skills Academy. There's also an ongoing project and so-called EDIC, this time European Digital Innovation Consortium. This is an instrument that was foreseen by the EU in Digital Decade program decision. This is a decision that foresees the indicators to be met by the EU until 2030, and there are some indications also towards skills. And under this umbrella, some member states can create so-called EDIC to somehow operationalize also the works, and there are works ongoing to establish such an EDIC, and the Greek colleagues are in lead of this. And also, I already mentioned in brief terms, and also minding the time, there's a huge role for the NCCs when it comes to the Skills Academy, and personally I find it one of the most important tasks for the network and all the NCCs and the center itself to make sure that we operationalize the Skills Academy. So I already said about the mappings and about EU funds, and also we are learning the best practices when it comes to national cyber campuses. I'm happy to hear from Sweden, Christopher, that you are working on that. We gather experience from our French colleagues, who I think are the most advanced when it comes to establishing such a campus, but also Austrian colleagues, German colleagues. And also, on the basis after the mapping, I already mentioned this, we will provide guidance on actions to be financed for to better address the skills gap, and be engaged in all the works on indicators and defining KPIs. So in a nutshell, that's it. And thank you very much for your attention. I hope you all will remember about ECCCC. And because there are still times when I see slides where all the European legislation and European Cybersecurity Competence Center is not mentioned there, so please remember about the center, as this is very important, still young, but a very important player when it comes to cybersecurity at the EU level. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Yes. Indeed, there is a question. You mentioned academy, and yeah, the Sweden is working with the campus, etc. So we are basically touching the ground where we start teaching something. There was a question in Menti. In what matter and to what extent can actually youth, the students themselves, maybe help or take an action in the ECC? So basically, if you are, let's say, building a curriculum on what to teach, how to teach cybersecurity, what kind of topics are there, etc. So maybe something comes from down up. How are these people need to be taught? Is there a body where they could interact with you?
Yes, they should address their NCC, because indeed the NCC should make it possible for the national stakeholders to exchange all the ideas and also be a platform for maybe a better understanding between the business part and the academia part. So academia teaches what business needs in say.
Okay, so the best way would be go through the NCC.
Yes, the NCCs are there for you to help you with any challenges where you have when it comes to cybersecurity research industry and academia.
So in that sense, ECC is the structure that, you know, as an umbrella brings it all together and works on the legislation initiatives, etc. But all the communication with all the bodies are done through the NCCs themselves. Okay, yes. So you do not actually somehow, you know, work directly with ECC. Or there are cases when...
Not for now that I recall. I'm looking towards my colleagues, but no, the framework is to go through the NCCs. And just to state one thing, the ECC does not work on legislation. This is the council prerogative. So
okay.
The lawyer in me.
Good one. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
On behalf of the organizers, I would like to present you a little gift, a black box you need to hack. No, it's not that bad. And a nice, let's say, it's not a medal, it's actually some sort of a coin. So?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, as a nice souvenir for a trip, for your time. Thank you so much. Yes, our next speaker will be CTO of the Latvian TET company. And I was thinking, how do I present to you a TET company when there are a lot of people in this audience who are not from Latvia, so obviously TET doesn't ring a bell. And it struck me suddenly, look, it's not a telco company. It was a telco company. How do I present that? So let us, you know, allow Dmitris to tell that. But Dmitris is a member of TET board and CERT. He has over 15 years of an experience in IT, and his keynote speech will be on securing Latvia's digital tomorrow. What a nice topic, don't you think? With warm applause, let's wait for Dmitris here. Good. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Rainis. Hello, everyone. So let's talk a bit on the critical infrastructure. We had some mentions during the previous talks about the critical infrastructure, but what is the critical infrastructure in our sense? So the critical infrastructure like railroad systems, financial services, medical systems, power grids is the backbone of states' well-being. Every state knows where its critical infrastructure is located, how to defend it, and so know the enemy of the state. Most probably they know where our weak points are and they try to tackle that. Because the breach in critical infrastructure has the catastrophic consequences for the well-being of the state. If we are looking at the statistics from nowadays, then we see that the life has changed during the last 2 years. It was much more simpler in year 2020-2019 because all attackers had in mind is financial gains. They were calculating the return on investment, what their goals are, how can they monetize their breaches. However, at the moment, the situation has changed a bit. All the attacks have the political sense in mind, and the attackers are ready to put their effort into breaching our critical systems only if they have in mind, if they can bring distortion and chaos to the society. And that's the disturbing fact. If we are looking at the predictions of the analytical firm Gartner, then by the end of 2025, around 30% of critical infrastructure organizations will be breached and all their part of their critical systems will be brought offline. Gartner says that by the end of 2025, malicious actors will find the way how these breaches can affect the well-being of the humans and might kill humans as well. That's a bit scary. So all the critical infrastructure holders should step up a bit and double down on their investment in a critical infrastructure security. Our role as a TET, we are the holder of the biggest telecommunication infrastructure in Latvia. Around 50% of traffic of Latvia flows through our network. We have around 50% market shares in TV space. So our TV platforms are viewed by 50% of Latvian citizens. And we are providing services to more than 80% of largest Latvian organizations. So we are the holder of the critical infrastructure as well. And our responsibility to make sure that our infrastructure works well. So our goal is to ensure that digital security of the country is well managed by us. And we are doing everything in our forces to achieve that. We have defined 3 pillars how we can tackle that. So the first one, we need to secure ourselves. Otherwise, there won't be any possibility to provide services for the customers. Second one, we are securing Latvian organizations and companies. Third one, we are working to educate and secure Latvian society. In details, the first one, the most critical part is to secure our IT infrastructure, which is being used to provide the services for the Latvian companies and for the customers as well. So we have around 7 data centers which are serving for our purposes and for our customers, and the security is very important there. So both IT security and physical security as well, because physical breach can occur as well. And that's why we are constantly improving our security measures. We are certifying to the highest extent with ISO 27001 certification PCI DSS as well. Next one, we are planning our network resilient, and every time we plan the network and how to expand the network, we are looking from the worst case scenario. On the planning meetings with our engineers and architects, we have one question, and that's what if, and we simulate the situation, what if something happens? In the last 1.5 years, you can imagine that this what if question has changed a bit and is working in one particular stream. The overall geopolitical situation has changed dramatically, and we have to understand what if something happens to our infrastructure. Can we restore the infrastructure from another point? Do we have any possibility to lose the data? How fast we can restore our data centers from another point? So that's the questions we are asking ourselves, and working on resilience of our network 24/7. Of course, the monitoring of all the technical infrastructure and IT infrastructure 24/7, that's essential part of any telco operator. We are ensuring that our services work without interruptions. And in this case, we have to fight DDoS attacks every day. So this year is a bit calmer. Last year we had like a boom of DDoS attacks connected with some different political events. This year, I guess attackers see that they have to bring more imagination into the process, and we see that they are shifting their methods. They are attempting different hybrid attacks and so on. They see that some companies are addressing issues with the DDoS attacks by blocking outside perimeter and leaving only the country open. So one of my friends asked me why he can't order food, groceries for his parents from one of the popular e-shops in Latvia being in Hong Kong. So obviously the target audience for this e-shop is in Latvia, and they have blocked everything out, and you can access the e-shop only from Latvia. But the situation changes, and attackers understand that these are the methods which are being used by the companies, by telco operators. If they can't withstand the huge amount of attacks, they just blocking geographically. And we see more and more attacks happening within Europe and within Latvia itself. From our statistics, what we've seen so far in the last 3 months, this is the top countries by volume attacking. So naturally, United States is the first one. The United States has the largest amount of IT and telecommunication equipment. China, largest amount of people in the world. What is a bit worrying, Netherlands and Germany, that's the countries within our safe space, Europe. And we see that some amount of these attacks, and a quite huge amount coming from them. The situation changes if you look at this statistic in a couple of months. Maybe some other countries will be represented there, but the essence being the same. There are some countries of Europe which will be in the leaders in the next months, but still the situation within the Europe and European Union is not that stable, and we have to understand what to do with that. The next thing, we are providing cybersecurity operations center services for our customers. For the telco operator, it's essential to have the network operations center and security operations centers. Not all customers can afford that, and that's how we can help our society, our business partners to ensure their security of their perimeters and monitor the network and IT systems for 24/7. Of course, educating the society is one of the most important parts where companies should address the issue. From our side, we've defined that we want to work with the new generation, educate them on how correctly to use the products, how to safely browse internets, what dangers to expect in the internet space. Of course, we do not forget about the grown-ups as well. We are working with the different organizations like Riga Tech Girls, and our experts teach the people how to tackle the cybersecurity, what to be aware of, and of course the companies, we try to help them to understand the security landscape across the map. And as I said, we have around 50% market share in television, and it's up to us to take part in protecting the information space. So we are working closely with the government agencies on the malicious websites, on the propaganda channels and so on, and trying to get rid of them as such. One of the problems nowadays, you must be aware that malware and phishing is on the rise, and what we see from our gateways, which we are offering to the customers as well, that the amount of spam is incredibly big. This year, we've stopped around 47 million suspicious emails, and more than 200,000 of them were containing the viruses, and that's the important part. The second thing is that we are offering the phishing testing or phishing training for the companies, for our customers, and what we see that the situation within the companies is not really good. For the first time, we are checking the readiness of our customers' employees. The best result, I guess, we got was 15% of customers' employees were clicking and entering the information into the phishing emails, and that's the open breach in every company's system. So That's the invitation for the attackers to come into our infrastructure. Why am I telling you this? Of course, it's marketing purpose, but the biggest point here is that, to be honest, there are hundreds and thousands of companies around Europe which are doing the same. But the sad truth is that at the moment we are battling the symptoms and not the root cause. We are mitigating DDoS attacks, filter out spam, virus emails, blocking the malicious websites and so on. But in the next minute, the same company launches the new website, launches the new sources for the attack and so on. That's the fight against the wind. You cannot win that. For example, from our DDoS attacks, we see that there is 4 to 5 companies which IT resources are taking part in 90% of all DDoS attacks on our network. This is the example of the company which was registered on 10th of February in 2022. We all remember what happened 2 weeks later. The only statement on the company's website that, hey, we are a really responsible company, and here is our emails for police abuse requests and so on. We see that these attacks from the company from different parts of Europe are happening non-stop. We can filter them out, however, we cannot block them. If we stop one attack, in the second attack we will see the same company with the different resources, but it will be there, it will be attacking our infrastructure and our customers' infrastructure. For that purpose, we need unified action within the Europe companies and some kind of centralized cyber risk management system. So we need fast reactions and the means how to block unresponsible organizations or organizations which are intended to harm the society, the companies, and so on within the Europe. At the moment, we have no means how to address that. If we see that malicious actor is located in another country, we can contact our CERT, and maybe CERT can work further. However, the centralized reaction center and some changes in the law should be applied for companies to easier attack this malicious hazards. I'm not talking here about the freedom to block any websites which we like. We have net neutrality in Europe, and I absolutely love it, but we have to understand that keeping them malicious websites and malicious actors online is bringing harm and danger to users and population. So we have to address that somehow. The other problem in Latvia which should be addressed is we should take action against the companies which are working in the shadow or gray area. We still have some problem with the unregistered, unofficial satellites which provide propaganda messages from abroad, from our neighbors. We have small operators with overhead ducts. If you will take a walk around Riga, just look at the skies and you will see that there are a lot of ducts between the buildings. Some of companies are big and responsible, but some of companies who are using those ducts, illegally constructed ducts, are small companies which are not following the rules, which are not concerned about security or some legislation. They are operating in the gray area. That should be addressed as well if you want to improve our security. The second one, the third one, and this is already happening, we need unified crisis plan across the map from different organizations and different verticals. And I know that our ministries are working on that and synchronizing the plans between the companies, but we need to speed up here because the situation might change in a moment, and we wouldn't be able to address the dangers which are waiting us further. And the last one, we have to educate society, and we have to do it together. So basically the government and the companies. For a statistic from last year shows that each month 1 million euros was defrauded from the citizens of Latvia. So we have to educate people how to recognize fraud, how to recognize phishing, and so on. Because if people were willing to part with their money, they will be willing, unknowingly willing to part with the access to the critical infrastructures. So basically, that's the risk within our whole IT infrastructure in business environment. And even if the person is not having the access to the critical infrastructure, I guess the majority of companies have not implemented the zero-risk policy within their infrastructure. So gaining access from the small access to the one user within infrastructure opens the gate for the attackers to explore the network within, because usually the companies try to protect the external perimeter of the company, and considering that, hey, our internal perimeter is safe, and we can forget about that. And this is the gateway to our internal perimeter. And looking at the statistic, the gate is pretty widely open. So both government and companies have to put their effort, put their money into educating the society. If society will be strong and the knowledge within the society will be strong, we will have much more less to worry about within the cyberspace. In the summary, so three big steps to secure a cyberspace in Latvia, and I would say that it can be applied to other countries as well. The first is to legislation, how we can react on the knowing malicious actors and how we can address them. Second one, educate the society, and the third one is the support from the business sector and the companies. Everyone should take a part, and we know that the chain is as strong as its weakest part. Thank you.
A great keynote. Yeah, I'm watching questions coming in via the Menti.com. If you wish, you can now type in the question. I might try to ask you, how to say, maybe a technical one, maybe a legislative one. So yeah, you mentioned Netherlands and UK as the countries that, you know, after United States, that top the sources where the attacks come from. Well, obviously it's not like a bunch of criminals are sitting there. It's just data centers in Amsterdam, in London. There are data centers. And you said, obviously, TET also has data centers here. So there are two things. Now, one thing is obviously, do we have to worry that as you grow your services and you grow your customer base, we will see Latvia also in some of these tops, which wouldn't be nice, but it can happen as we, you know, expand our services. And the other thing you mentioned about, you know, the freedom on the internet, the right to be free on the internet, right to move across the internet. In some countries, for example, in internet cafe, I have to show my ID to use actually the machine. That's how they know that that person maybe did something wrong during these times. For the data centers, obviously, one domain is shut down. You'll create another one the next moment. But if, as an example, for the service of, you know, having the servers, you are paying somebody is paying, some company is paying, some private enterprise is paying, or the private person is paying. They are paying with the credit cards. For the regular companies to buy servers from or virtual servers from, you need to provide a credit card. You can't buy with any bitcoins or things like that. So what if I want to buy anything bigger than, I don't know, 2 cores, I would have to provide my ID. Would you support that? So, sorry, I had 3 questions in one, but maybe you can elaborate on these.
Yeah, first of all, I really hope that we will grow as big as Netherlands data center infrastructure. And the second one, I would say that I don't foresee that we will get in this kind of top, because we are taking care of our customers, and in the background we are scanning our customer systems and looking forward for some breaches. We have some agreement with the customers that at some extent we might change whether everything is okay. We have some security audits and so on. Regarding the showing the ID, I don't know whether it's in Europe, because it looks like kind of strange, because the cyberspace in Europe is really free, and
can be an issue in Southern Europe.
Yeah, that looks like a Southern Europe or more. Yeah, but I'm against the limitation of the usage in the internet. The internet should be free, okay. But we have to develop our means how to react on a fast pace on the threats which are occurring in the internet. Otherwise, we are opening the gate for the different limitations and for more problems when some companies will try to play on the line and limiting the resources, blocking the resources, and so on. Regarding the data centers and cloud services, yes, you are paying with the credit card, but the company should provide some basic AML checks in the background and be sure that you are not selling to the Russian citizens which are in the sanctions list and so on. So, and you should react to the unlawful doings of your customers. You should block them, you should put them in the blacklist and so on. So you should be responsible service provider in that case, and not just ignore the significant signs from your partners, from customers or other players on the market.
Okay, great one. Thank you for your time. Thank you for a wonderful keynote. And on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank you for your time. So here is a black box for you. A very symbolic black box, you know, and a little medal or a coin to, so I hope that decorates your office well.
Thank you.
Good one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A nice applause to Dmitris. Yes, well, obviously the data centers are growing really fast, and yeah, at some extent, I don't know if you are forced. I don't know if the legislation forces you, but you are some sort of, you are responsible what happens on your servers, what happens on your infrastructure. Is it used for something malicious? Are we allowed to block these services? Are we allowed to block these credit cards? Because obviously for the criminals to create a new website, it's like that, buy a new domain, it's like that. But to renew the credit card, that's an issue. It's a pain. So maybe that could help. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your resilience. We have the last keynote today in this hall. And I'm very pleased to welcome Leo Trukšāns, leading QKD specialist for LVRTC. And he will speak about Latvian practical outcomes. Leo, where are you? Yes. Perfect. A nice applause. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So yes, I'm going to talk about this project that we call LatQN, which means Latvian National Quantum Network. And I will first start with some theory about quantum key distribution and the problem with asymmetric cryptography. The theory, probably all of you know, but to remind you, then few words about the structure of our project, and then I will finally focus on the practical outcomes. So what are we going to get when the project ends? And actually we have already first results early in the project. So yes, so this is the project funded by European Union and also organizations in Latvia. And so the main goal is basically to build the first national quantum communication infrastructure. And there are 4 partners. The main partner is LVRTC, which is a Latvian state radio and television company, center. Which actually is also nowadays quite large infrastructure and data center operator and significant help for government organizations, public organizations, providing security solutions and infrastructure. The leading partner, and then 3 other partners. So VASES, which is basically the electronic monitoring organization, and they have taken the responsibility for activity to try QKD systems in mobile infrastructure. Since with 5G we are moving a lot of computing into, well, at least we will be moving into base stations closer to the edge, to users. So yeah, some perhaps important processing going on there as well. Then LUMI, the Institute of Computer Science and Mathematics of University of Latvia. They have some early experience with QKD systems and quite good at theoretical algorithms for post-quantum computing. And then TET, which has taken activity for trying QKD in some use cases. The project will go for 2.5 years. And I will later speak about the practical outcomes. Now, a few minutes about the theory. This is already widely known around the world, but I will try to take some minutes from you and review this. So before I get into QKD, I would like to remind that a lot of current encrypted communication over internet is based on both major encryption algorithm paradigms, the symmetric cryptography and asymmetric cryptography. And both of them are used for its own purposes, symmetric for the actual stream encryption, stream of data, and asymmetric for things like negotiating symmetric keys, authentication, electronic signatures, and so on. And all of that works very well. Asymmetric is very helpful for expromptum communication between subjects that never have been dealing before. There is a problem with asymmetric cryptography. The algorithms that we use today are based on one of the 2 hard mathematical problems, the factorization and discrete logarithm. And those are very good problems in some sense, because for defense you need to do very little to make attackers' prospects impossible, basically. Just increasing asymmetric key, let's say by 2, you increase the amount of possible combinations so much that the attackers simply don't even try it anymore. But with quantum algorithms, they are also very good at scaling to a large number of combinations. So basically with quantum computers, we will not have that luxury anymore that we simply increase key twice the size of the key and they fail. They will not fail for increasing asymmetric key by a factor of 2. The attacker will need just a quantum computer whose size is increased by 2, basically twice bigger computer, which is a matter of very close future. So that means that asymmetric cryptography that we know before will be quite useless in some years to come when those big enough quantum computers will become available. So there are two strategies how the world is dealing with this, and really very different. One of them is try to come up with better asymmetric algorithms that would be resistible to quantum computers. And there is some work, and of course the world is paying attention to this. A lot of bright minds have come together to propose better algorithms. The American National Institute of Science and Technology is taking leading role in making a competition for such algorithm, but there is still a lot of work to do. If that would be solved, let's say a replacement for RSA that is resistible to quantum, that would solve a lot of problems for the future, but we still don't have such a solution. So the other strategy is let's try to use the power of quantum technologies and the specifics of quantum physics to come up with technology that would be resistible for technology to encrypt data channel that would be resistible to quantum computers. And a lot of attention has been put into this actually for decades already. The picture that you see here with Alice and Bob and some arrows in between is actually showing an algorithm that is called BB84, which is one of the best QKD algorithms that we know today. And it was actually theoretically proposed already in 1984. Yes, 84. And I will not try to describe this. There's, like I said, a lot of information and very good descriptions around it. And after all, if anything fails, just ask ChatGPT. It probably will also explain it quite well. But the result is that those two persons, Alice and Bob, can negotiate a symmetric key without using asymmetric cryptography. That's how we do it today. But they don't rely on asymmetric anymore because that will be breakable by quantum. So they negotiate, and they negotiate the key in such a way that first there is a guarantee that no one has seen it along the way. And the other is that even if someone is eavesdropping, the eavesdropper is detectable. Basically, what happens when eavesdropper tries to listen on this channel, the detectors at the other end, the Bob, Alice is transmitter, Bob is receiver, the Bob basically gets errors. Synchronization simply doesn't proceed if there is an eavesdropper. So very interesting technology. Currently, it is still in its early commercial stages. It's been available in commercial products for approximately 5 years, more or less ready, but it is evolving quite fast. So in 2021, we did an experiment and a successful communication line of QKD in LVTC infrastructure for 33 kilometers long distance. That was a record. Before that, we did it at LNT, optical infrastructure, that was 12 kilometers. And to my knowledge, that's the record so far. Of course, in other countries, we have longer distances, the countries that have more of this equipment and have started doing this before us. So when we get to the actual new equipment, I'm 100% sure we will break this record in Latvia as well. But most importantly, then, 2 years back, we demonstrated two possibilities that we can do. First, we can run QKD in real Latvian infrastructure. It's actually far from plug and play. As you know it, it is an achievement. And also, we actually showed a complete system with two encryptors, I and Brancis, taking keys from Alice and Bob and using symmetric cryptography to encrypt and demonstrate a working data channel that is encrypted with quantum key distribution, synchronized keys. So basically, a solution that is ready for future when quantum starts to break things. So we started this project early this year. And we are aiming at not only gains of experience and competence, which is an important factor. Those four partners definitely will get more experience, understanding, and practical skills, know-how, how to use this technology, how to integrate it. And this is also very important for such a new and still a bit green technology. But we also will make some lasting commitments. We will build some production parts of the network. Yeah, so let's go on. So the test bed, that's the network that will be available for partners, or also for researchers, basically for everyone in Latvia who would like to try things out with this new technology. The test bed will be a triangle network consisting of 3 links. And what's interesting, each of the links will be from a different partner. So we will also test how such a system actually works in real life, because the most important benefit of QKD network is actually trust. That you do not lose keys, that keys are available only to the I and Brancis. So we will try that out, how it works, how the communication, how the integration works with encryptors. Yes, so that will be the test bed. We are welcoming everyone, basically, in Latvia to come to us if it seems interesting to try integrations and perhaps build new products on top of such a system. In few slides, I will show how using QKD network looks in topology. So some other activities we are going to do in the project. So we will try this QKD in some sectors that would really love to have higher security perhaps than we would do it at household, like finance, like healthcare and so on. Of course, the defense sector. Then Yeah, and we are also looking for partners in the future to integrate into European network. There is already an activity called EuroQCI. So to build quantum cryptography infrastructure, quantum communication infrastructure on continent-wide scale. This is technically challenging because current terrestrial optical QKD products reach only approximately 150 kilometers away. So with neighboring countries in the Baltic states, yes, coming closer together to the border, we can still build pan-Baltic quantum network, but further countries are out of reach of current technology. Satellites come to rescue. Yes, you can send those short pulses of light, not only through optical lines, but also through the air to satellite and back to ground station. Using that technology, it's more expensive and difficult, but using that one, we could already reach practically all Europe. Perhaps European partner countries that are further away from us, ahead of us in this aspect, like Austria, Netherlands, and so on. Anyway, we are already participating in the brainstorms, in workshops, sessions with possible partners, and we are looking forward to integrate our national quantum communication infrastructure into wider European infrastructure later. Perhaps a few years from now. So let me tell you about how to use QKD. So that would be one of my, I don't know, maybe main topics for today. So we know already the theory, we know the challenges and so on, but how it will look like when we have this system and how to use it. So like I said, basically what QKD does is synchronizes symmetric keys in a trustworthy way. Keys is what those devices give out to you. Basically, you can imagine you have one QKD device on one end of the line, the other device on the other end, and both of these boxes give out keys. Keys that are synchronized with this very advanced and secure QKD technology. So whom do they give those keys to? They give to secure applications. And here you see some terminology. So the key management entities, those are the services that give out the keys. And secure application entities, size, those are the ones that will consume the keys. And what they are using those keys for is really up to application. Here in this picture, I draw two routers. And this is type of integration that, like I said, we already demonstrated 2 years back. So I is getting keys from QKD device Alice, and Brent is taking from Bob. And they use IPsec tunnel in between. That's what we did 2 years back. So they create IPsec tunnel, and they do not even try to negotiate these symmetric keys using asymmetric cryptography like they would do now. They just take already synchronized keys at both ends. They just negotiate the key ID, because there's a lot of keys coming out of these boxes. They come with their own IDs. That's what they can agree on over public channel. No, nothing wrong with that. The key material itself, of course, is not revealed. They already use this system. So you can use routers, encryptors, whatever you currently use for encrypting whole streams of data towards the other end. Sorry. Towards the other end of the channel. but there can be other applications as well. It can be a mail system, for instance. It can be an instant messaging. It can be a web page. It can be an integrated web service, let's say 2 integrated information systems talking to each other. So it can be a lot of applications actually, and that's why there is this term of application entity. Okay, because we often think of network encryption just in layer 2 or maybe few layers up, but so we can use those keys wherever we like. And I will also mention one of the corporations that we started. We can tell this is our first user when we still don't have a real network yet. So it's the company MicroTeekles. You probably know that, at least in Latvia we know. That's a network equipment manufacturer. You know, these devices are very high functionality devices, a lot of encapsulation technologies in there, and a lot of tunneling and encryption technologies. So we have started cooperation with them already now, middle of this year, and we will help them to implement QKD client, the secure application entity, into router's operating system. So if you're curious about how these devices come up and this functionality, when will it arrive, keep up with MicroTech news. I believe there will be announcement. I don't think it will be very soon, but it will be. And one more step that we didn't have it in project, but I believe it's a very good idea. So how to help MicroTeekles and other companies like that develop QKD compatibility if we don't have, well, we have one pair that we started in 2019, but we don't have a spare pair, and also, well, basically we can't give them the boxes, the actual boxes. There is also this reason that we don't want to give out boxes to other users because there is a potential of compromising the system. Access from application to from site to KME is supposed to be in domain of secure infrastructure. Basically, the boxes need to be sitting very close with a direct cable, no way to come in between of them, okay? Yeah, so that's one of the reasons we don't give away boxes, and we don't allow remote access to them as well, of course. So how to help them? So we created this simulator, basically a software that works as a KME service, the Alice and the Bob. And we call the simulator Next Door Key, which is of course a reference to Smokey's song Living Next Door to Alice. So the simulator provides 2 services that behave the very same way as the actual QKD boxes themselves. They provide the same service. The most popular standard for key retrieval is HC014, and that's the protocol that we implemented there. So we can really give such a simulator to anyone, and they can start implementing the client side with the simulator. Later, just switch the simulator with the real box, and the protocol works the same. Okay, I believe I'm early. So that was the first cooperation that we have already during this year, and we look forward to very interesting 2 years ahead of us, and actually building the network, having these use cases, testing it in different applications, and building the trusted node, which is another topic that I don't have time for. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, a nice applause, please. Yes, well, as you can see, we have quite a nice mix by the end of the day, you know, mingling together policies, NCCs, and quantum encryption. And obviously, there are some questions for you using Menti platform. And I would say they are all tough.
Okay.
But I will start with the toughest one.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to explain quantum cryptography to a 7-year-old.
Okay, not the post-quantum, but the QKD probably. Post-quantum.
It says quantum cryptography.
Quantum cryptography. Okay. So the post-quantum is basically that you have a very good tool that works very well for you, but there will come a time when this tool becomes useless. So you should be starting thinking about better tool. That's for encryption in this case, and that's what PQC is about. But the QKD strategy, well, using quantum physics to build a channel that cannot be eavesdropped.
Okay, I'm still not sure. As being 7-year-old, I quite get you. So, but this probably is much better. You already touched one of the vulnerabilities that and the reasons why you do not have or do not give access to the boxes, or do not have remote access, etc. Are there any other potential vulnerabilities or things people who will experiment with these things, experiment with the simulation, that they would need to know that are potential hazards?
So if simulator can simulate potential weaknesses, not sure about it, but we can probably build in vulnerabilities if we like. But with actual QKD devices, there is this debate: can these systems be compromised? The very core of their functionality. So like I said, they negotiate keys so that you cannot eavesdrop. So people are really trying to attack this functionality. So can we actually eavesdrop? And then somehow they experiment with the high energy light pulses, basically trying to, like a splash towards you, you get blind for a moment. They try to send pulses of light into these devices that they don't expect, and then try to get unexpected behavior out of them. That's attacking the QKD technology itself. But with the key service, you really need to be aware that don't allow anyone ever to connect to that port. That's only for you. You use a special laptop, clean install with no USB ever attached to it, and then connect with direct cable and nothing else ever.
Okay. An easy one. How big is the device actually?
Yeah, how big it is. It's actually the ones that we had in 2019 still in Lumi. Those are the Clavis 3 from ID Quantic, the Swiss company, one of the two best manufacturers. It's like a desktop computer.
Okay.
You can put a monitor on it, but it's a QKD device.
Good. And the last question for you. How would VPNs work with that?
VPNs, well, very well. What we actually did 2 years back is we modified the IPsec VPN in Linux to not to use the keys that they usually negotiate, but basically to enforce them to use QKD keys. So the QKD is exactly very well suited for VPNs. Okay, so for VPN authentication, so the best authentication you have for VPNs right now is not the passwords, although a lot of, maybe not you, but a lot of organizations use passwords. The best one is certificates and asymmetric keys. So you will be able in the future to take keys from QKD and never even touch asymmetric algorithms at all. Okay, so that's the main reason for QKD. Let's forget asymmetric cryptography because it's vulnerable.
Good, good. Thank you so much. A nice applause. And here's a little souvenir for you, a black box and a medal, a coin. Okay. So thank you on behalf of the organizers for the great things you do. It's amazing. It's actually amazing that these really are the people who are building the future, or building a complicated future. Nobody, you know, there are not too many people who still understand how quantum physics work, and you know, they are buying some boxes from the Swiss companies already, one of the 2 best in the world. We have 2 years to realize, make this new project happen, etc. And I'm sitting in my server room, etc. and thinking, okay, in 2 years I'm going to do what? But you know, we learn, and we learn quickly. And I hope this day was maybe an opener for you as well. So we have covered some initiatives, we've talked about NCCs. There were a lot of interesting things that we did today. And today is just the first day of this CyberChess conference. And I would very much expect you tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the same hall or in any other hall. Now this concludes our session, this concludes today, and you are very much welcome to join a little after party with a welcome drink. Those of you who are watching online, well, let's hope there's something in your fridge. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.